being here today. And I wanted to
we have, depending on how you count the buildings, 6 to 7 buildings on campus, including 2 dorms, a dining hall. This building, which is a joint venture with UC Davis, we have a arts facility across, kind of kitty corner across diagonally across Country Club and Highway 28, next to the Cornerstone Church. That's an amazing building. We are in the process of beginning an $800,000 renovation of all of our classroom and meeting room AV equipment, so I apologize for are you representing AV technical stuff for TRPA? But you and Forrest, I felt so bad for you. You see this the stuff we have existing is sometimes isn't exactly what we wish we had, and so we do the best we can. And it will be better in the future. Let's see. We have a bunch of interesting programs coming up. We have something called Semester at Lake Tahoe. It begins this fall. It's a program where we will take up to about 120 UNR main campus undergraduates, mostly sophomores and juniors. They can come up here for a fully immersive semester. They have to stay in the dorms, use the meal plan here, take all their classes here. It'll be like semester abroad, but semester at Lake Tahoe. So we're really excited about that. And in the summer, this is starting June 1st, we are kicking off our first summer of kind of open programming for things like conferences, workshops, just all kinds of events. We have a lot of Native American tribal events. The first event we're having this summer is a tribal food summit. It's just really exciting. We're hoping things go well with all the AV, and we're learning, and so we ask for your patience, and we hope you have a fantastic time. I mean, it's just hard to have a bad time up here. If you feel like you are, just walk outside, stand in the forest, and take a deep breath. So thank you so much for coming, and if you need any help today, Forrest and Lizzie Thibodeau. People have their cell phone numbers, and they will promptly come and help you out.
Thank you. Okay, I wanted to welcome everybody today real quickly, and then we'll get going with the program. And first off to staff, your dedication and leadership, so often we don't get a chance at regular board meetings to thank you for the hard work you put in and the efforts you do to protect this incredible lake. And we know you're unsung heroes, and on behalf of the whole board, we want to thank you for that dedication and passion for this place. Nobody does this work, the work that we do, without a commitment to this place. And then to my board members, my fellow board members, I'm getting to know each of you so much better through dinners and these types of retreats, and understanding your backgrounds are amazing. The experiences you bring to this and the dedication as well, especially those who travel far, Belinda, and James coming up, and the dedication you're putting in now. And all of us, Ashley, Haley, I mean, I look around the room, this is an incredible group. And no one thanks you enough, and I'm on behalf of me, the chair. First off, I'm really not thankful you put me in this position. But I am very thankful, and I learn from each and every one of you every day. What an incredible experience to work with you and hear your perspectives and what you bring, and the knowledge and history you have. So I just thank you all, and thanks for doing a retreat. It's a huge amount of our time, and yet it's the time that we really most get to talk about the high-level issues and be prepared for those as we move to the future, and get to know each other and our staff. So thank you.
Here are the next couple of steps. Let's do introductions, then we'll do public comment, a very brief agenda review, and then Julie will start the meeting for us. So, introductions. This is the only facilitatory thing I'm going to ask of you today. Would love to hear who you are, who you represent, and what you would love to find at a yard sale. This is for staff and board. My name is Keelan McGee. I am a facilitator. My company is Zephyr Collaboration. I'm from Reno. And I would love to find a downspout snake, because my gutter drains are all filled with DG and leaves and stuff. But if I found a velvet painting of almost anything, all those Fox playing cards, I would probably get that too. Haley, are you willing to start us?
You know, Kellen, you did this to me last time too. It's because I smile and laugh.
It is! That's what you get for Ricky Gaga.
There you go. Yes, absolutely. I'm Haley Williamson. I'm the Nevada member at large. I would love to find at a yard sale a really good book, like that book that you read in the summer that someone's like, this is just that hidden gem book, but also velvet painting, like who wouldn't take that all day? Ashley Conrad Seda, I'm the one of the two California appointees, a volunteer like all of you for my time here, and I would love to find, I think ski boots for everyone in my family, because every time we ski, our feet are dead at the end of the day, and so I just want to find ones that fit us really well.
Hi everyone, Kim Chevalier. I'm the Chief Partnerships Officer and Deputy Director here. I will also go skiing. I'd love some good 80s ski wear. I have for you. I have it. Oh, good.
Like neon?
Yeah, neon. Great.
Yeah, onesie, right?
Yes.
Now we're talking. Staff, I'm going to come to you too. Please, Vince.
I'm Vince Henigman. I'm the other California gubernatorial appointee from San Francisco, and I would love to find a yard sale. I seem to be having a lot of costume parties, so like some really awesome, like Elvis costume. Or someone was talking about that yesterday and it popped in my head, so something like that.
I could play late Elvis. Please go ahead.
Belinda Fastinos, and I'm the speaker's appointee, and I also come from Southern California, but love this place to death. I've been coming here since I was a kid, camping, and just enjoy it tremendously. And as for what I'd like to find, I'm going to go with the velvet painting. And I want one of Janis Joplin, my heroine.
We're gonna have a collection, John.
I'm John Hester, Chief Operating Officer and Deputy Director, and I grew up in Beaumont, Texas, right down the road from where Janice came from. I used to watch that one.
For letters.
But I guess I would like to find some of the textbooks that I sold back in college, because I needed the money. I have now.
James Hundemeyer, the Director of the Department of Nevada Conservation Districts, or not, sorry, that's one of my older titles. Director of Department of Natural Resources for the state of Nevada. In that respect, probably had the pleasure of serving on different things in Tahoe now for over 20 years. So I'm very grateful for that. But as far as a wrap pack item, I think in the past would be finding the yard sale.
And I'm Cindy Gustafson, the Placer County rep on the board. Yard sale, boy, I'm gonna say some of the old Beatles albums, like the real albums. My husband lost all his in a flood, and I'd love to get them back for him.
Rubber Soul, one of the earliest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, good morning. I'm Brooke Lane. I represent El Dorado County on the TRPA board. And I don't like yard sales. I'm really tidy and neat, and I don't want other people's junk. But I could use a really well broken in pair of cowboy boots. I might fall for them.
Great. Good morning, everyone. I'm Julie Began, and I'm TRPA's Executive Director, and worked with the agency my 20th anniversary year working at the agency, so very happy to see you all today. At a yard sale, I would go definitely for the Velvet Elvis painting, but behind it, when I reframe it, find a Matisse painting. Like at the Antique Roadshow where you go, oh.
Ben Affleck did that in The Accountant, right? He did Jasper Johns and his
Right.
dogs.
Right.
I'm gonna do this in a minute. Part of the goal today is board and staff working together. Nick, would you be so kind?
Sure. Hi, everyone. Nick Haven, transportation team, and yard sale. Let's see. I usually look for old golf clubs. I kind of like have a thing for old weird golf clubs. Yeah, so that's that. Looking forward to today.
Excellent.
Morning, Wendy Jepson, Committee and Compliance Department Manager. I like old maps, so if I found an old map, I just think they're fascinating, that's what I would get out of here.
Very cool. Dan.
Dan Segan, Natural Resource Analyst at TRPA, and I think I'd like a disco ball.
I got the smoke machine. Excellent.
I'm Angela Ashley, the Director of Human Resources and Organizational Development for TRPA. For a yard sale, I'm gonna kind of go, I was going to Julie's, that was mine, like find that very painting that wasn't all that great, you pull it, it's a Van Gogh,
I'm Chris Kyler, I'm the Finance Director for the agency. I have a 3-car garage full of junk, so I avoid yard sales.
Yeah, you should have a good shot. Karen, hello.
Hi, Karen Fee, Housing Program Manager. I could use a new couch.
Michelle Wicker, TRPA Transportation Planning, and I've kind of been looking for some time, but a good stand-up paddleboard. And I say good, because who knows, maybe it'll go, maybe it won't. But I'm on the hunt.
Devin Middlebrook, Government Affairs Manager at TRPA, and I'm looking to get into fly fishing this year, so some fly fishing gear from the
Nice.
Sarah Underhill, I'm the Communications Director at TRPA. And Kim stole mine, because I was going to say like a down rainbow onesie scheme, but full old cowhide rug would be awesome for me too.
Oh, cool. Right on. John.
John Marshall, General Counsel for TRPA. My mother and I have a thing of finding the oddest or ugliest or kitschest kid in that shirt. They then have to display it for certain period of time.
I've never heard of a potato basher collection. That is awesome. Mario?
Maureen Amber, to the board, and yard sale, I would say kitchen gadgets, not potato masher. Kitchen gadgets and antiques.
Tracy?
Tracy Campbell, EA for Kim and Kat, the EAP department, TRPA. I just want to caution you, actually, I did find ski boots at a yard sale, that is not what it's cracked up to be. And I think I can speak on behalf of Maria and Catherine when I say I'd love to come work from home.
We're gonna play all jokes today. Well earned. Catherine, would you like to go?
I'm Catherine Houston, I'm married to TRPA, and I'm in the market for a really good pie server. I'm really making pie, but I have this video, of course, straight out of the pan.
Al's notwithstanding, those three people and more keep the wheels on to make all this happen. Thank you very much. Mr. Friedrich, would you be so kind?
John Friedrich, the South Lake Tahoe City Council representative, and I'm gonna go with Cindy in search of Beatles album, and in particular the White Album, which is reportedly the hardest to find. So we'll make an outing together.
Hi everyone, I'm Kat McIntyre. I am the newly minted EIP division or department manager, so I'm backfilling Kim. And if I were at a yard sale, I would want to find either like a vintage old Forest Service poster or a chainsaw from like the 50s or 40s, like the OG chainsaws.
It's Smokey Bear, not Smokey the Bear. Shelley, please.
It sounds like Kat wants to be a part of a slasher movie.
Yeah.
I'm Shelley Aldine, and I represent Carson City on the governing board. And what would I like to find? First of all, I'm a little like Chris. My husband, attracts clutter like, manure attracts flies. So I try to keep him away from garage sales. But I suppose if I went to one by myself, I'd like to find an unpublished manuscript by a famous author.
Cool.
I'm Jessica Dis. I represent the state of Nevada, coming by the governor of Nevada, and my yard sale item would be any sort of vintage tourism promotional item for the region. Everything on the walls of my house is either Tahoe or Nevada themed, so to add to that collection, something kitschy like that.
My step-siblings were related to Pappy Smith, who did the first Casino Herald's Club in Reno, so we got all the wagon wheel Herald's Club stuff all over the house. Going to do 2 rounds of public comment today. One here at the beginning, one at the end. Here is an invitation. You say what you need to say. Perhaps some of the most useful things for the board here today are about priorities. What priorities do you have that you want the board to address? Because that's what they're going to be discussing all day with staff. Because we don't have too many in the room, I don't expect too many public comments. Please try to keep your time to about 3 minutes or something like that, or less. And there's opportunities, and if need be at the end, we can find a little more additional time. And for the rest of the day, much of the conversation will be between the board and staff, and you are here, and this is an open meeting, and you are welcome to listen. But we want to invite you to have public comment during the public comment sessions, and this is the first. Would anybody like to give public comment at the opening of the meeting right now? Sir, please. Would you be so kind as to come to a mic and let us know who you are? Thank you. Either one of the mics work?
Thanks for letting me know that. Doug Flaherty, TahoeCleanAir.org. I know every one of the TRPA staff members are here for one reason, and that's your belief in protecting the lakes, so thank you. Priorities. For those of you that have been around a while, you've noticed that each of our summers in the last 11 years have gotten sometimes uninhabitable from smoke. this is not to the staff members, I am extremely disappointed in the TRPA board to continue to ignore the phosphorus, nitrogen, and sediment deposits caused by the U.S. Forest Service, the elephant in the room that is polluting Lake Tahoe year after year after year. Go to my website, TahoeCleanAir.org, read information on deliberately growing wildfires. There's numerous lawsuits right now in play across the United States. These people they believe that they need to burn the forest every 10 years to keep the forest from burning. They are contributing, how many minutes do I have? Oh, no clock. Pardon?
About a minute and a half.
Okay, thank you, John. So, as a priority, I'd like to see a lawsuit filed on behalf of the TRPA for violating your air and water quality standards, including the Lahontan Water District. It's the right thing to do. It's time to stop this madness. On the website, you'll see an article on damage to wildlife. Hundreds of U.S. Forest Service employees have come forward to try to stop this, and there has been a bill introduced, a federal bill, to make the Forest Service put the fires out right away. We suffered from the Caldor fire. Most people don't understand that was a purposely grown wildfire for forest resource purposes, as was the Dixie, Tamarack, mosquito, so on and so forth. So please, this isn't some weird comment that I'm making on my own. You guys need to educate yourselves, and you need to put a stop to this. You need to take Tahoe summers back for our visitors and our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to do public comment?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Darcy Collins. I'm the CEO of the League of State Lake Tahoe, and I'm so grateful to be here today. Thank you so much for letting us listen in as you talk about and deliberate about priorities and progress, and I'm glad to have the opportunity to listen to that conversation. And I also just wanted to put into your mind, as you're talking about progress and thinking about next steps and priorities, some thoughts about where the League aligns with TRPA's priorities and some things that we want to really focus on this year. We're very grateful that you're all volunteering your time, those of you on the board, and we love working with the staff. We have great relationships, so none of this should come as a surprise to any of you. A lot of the priorities I think that you're going to go over today are very similar to the ones that we have, specifically with transportation, bringing in funding. But one thing I want y'all to think about, if you can, is the progress we've made on the regional plan. We adopted it, gosh, it's been 10 years, almost exactly 10 years ago, a little longer. So we're halfway through the 20-year regional plan, and there's some areas where we've seen not as much progress as we would hope, and that's in redevelopment. There were incentives and disincentives in the plan, and we very purposely, when we were going through that process, we wanted those to be minimal and to be adaptive. We haven't really had the opportunity to look at adaptation and take some time to think about, okay, what could we do to incentivize more? Where are the opportunities? Where are we not reaching our benchmarks? And where can we find other opportunities to really push the needle? Gavin and I, my colleague who you hear from a lot, we were driving here this morning and we were looking around as we were going through South Lake Tahoe. There's still so much blight. We haven't made a lot of progress in removing projects and development from sensitive lands, bringing them into the town centers. And we were trying to think of some projects that we can identify where that has happened. And sadly, there aren't a lot. We're building a new building in South Lake Tahoe that is a redeveloped building. So that's one example. I'm really excited for that to open up in October, hopefully, knock on wood. But there aren't really many examples of redeveloped areas. So this is a great opportunity to think about what can we incentivize more, where can we push the needle a bit. And I look forward to conversing with you all the rest of the year on that topic. Enjoy the rest of your day, and thanks again.
Thank you. Anyone else? Here's a quick preview of the day. The morning is stage setting. We're gonna get some help from Julie and from John. Starting with progress on the regional plan and some responsiveness to requests from last year's retreat and progress on some of the things that we've done there. There's opportunity for discussion there. John, again, there were requests last year and since last year for continued updates on an environmental scan, meaning what's going on out there, and also to signal and bring information earlier about complex projects, big projects, upcoming initiatives. So in the morning, we're setting the stage on that, plenty of room for discussion. Lunch and a tour of the Tahoe Science Center. In the afternoon, 2 discussion exercises. When Hester lays out 4 strategic areas or initiatives, we're still figuring out the terminology, we might need your help on that. After that, we want to have a discussion with you all where you can do just what our public commenters did, which is talk about priorities, projects, topics that you think need additional focus, elevation, especially if something you didn't hear something that's important to you that didn't make those lists. And then we're going to talk about it to check in so that staff can ask the question, how are we doing on priorities? And that's the plan for today. And so, with that, let's do it.
Great. Thank you, Kaylin. I'm gonna get a little change up in the setup here. Let's see.
Drop that
Get
off.
one more seat.
Yeah, absolutely.
Grab that for me. Well, again, it's lovely to see you all in real life, in person, and we're not in class, so let's not feel like we have to, just be so structured. Let's keep this a workshop day, which is what we heard from you actually last year at the retreat. The first thing I wanted to talk about was grounding those members who were here last year on the board to our retreat back at the Wilder Resort, formerly Sorensen's, on the California side. We like to rotate California, Nevada, but we thought we'd at least start with where we were then and then where we are now. And but before I get into that, and I have this presentation, story map that I wanted to share out of the slide view here. Let me just say first off, how proud I am to be your executive director. And I went through that competition last year. Some of you were on the board at the time, some new members that came after that. But I just want to say thank you. I want to thank you for placing your trust in me to lead this organization and to believe that we have a commitment. Come on. You're busted.
You wanted a yard sale.
Oh, yes. That is the introduction where we got to introduce ourselves and say what would be the one great thing we'd love to find if we could at a yard sale. So anyway.
Think about that. We'll come back.
Think about that, and we'll circle back. We'll give you a minute because you haven't had our coffee yet, so please help yourself.
Nothing with velvet.
Yeah, a lot of the adult things. So I just am grateful. I take it seriously. It is truly the honor of my career to do this job, and it's a consequential job. It's a very important job that I want to do collaboratively with this board and with this team. And we purposely, because we have this great facility, we have plenty of room, we wanted to bring our operations group and our executive team together with you, because no one does it alone. Even though we are absolutely grateful for our amazing chair and vice chair and all the leaders on our committees, in terms of the leadership of the board, but it takes a team. And that's what I feel like we're building together. That's part of what today's mission is. To come together, even just to get to know each other with so many new members. Shelley Aldine was on my hiring committee in 2003, 20 years ago, and Shelley's the only member of the board currently today that was serving at that time. And probably even for the regional plan update, you're the only member, Shelley, that voted on the regional plan update that Darcy Collins from the League to Save Lake Tahoe mentioned, which was 12/12/12 of 2012. Last December was our 10-year anniversary. So there's been a lot of change
And there's been a lot of change in our staff. 25% of our staff have been onboarded just during COVID in the last 3.5 years. So what an opportunity. We heard a lot yesterday at the board meeting that is concerning, because I think all of us who love this community, who live in the region or live within our 2 states, we see a lot of challenge right now. I was thinking about it. I was recently in Washington and talking to folks back there. The country coming out of COVID is in a tough place. Like people are hurting, and the mental anguish that our country went through in the last couple of years is manifesting in a lot of different ways, and I think we need to be mindful of that and be sensitive to that. And I think it's our commitment, and I know it is of the board and the staff, that we want to work with our community to work through those challenges and to work through those opportunities and find solutions, because that's where the solutions come from. When you're, that's the American spirit. When we get in a tight spot, like we can do great things. And we have a lot of tight spots around the lake right now. And I agree with Darcy. I just got to go around Emerald Bay for the first time because it's been closed all winter. Took my breath away. I mean, this is my 30th year anniversary of eloping to Lake Tahoe in 1993, and 30 years, and I still, I got emotional just looking at Emerald Bay, at this beauty that we take for granted, and how wonderful it is to be here and to be a part of making it stay beautiful today, and for those who come after us to make sure it's here for them to enjoy, and for all to enjoy. So that is, it is a consequential task that we have in front of us, but our team is amazing. I'm going to give you a couple of insights that I've had. I've met with every single staff member at TRPA over the last 6 weeks, 8 weeks, and you have an incredible board, you have an incredible staff. Like the staff that we have right now, it's a gift to me coming into this organization to be able to take us to the next level together. And that's really what today is, and it's a huge commitment of time, because this is a volunteer board, and we are grateful that the board has made the time to have 2 days in Lake Tahoe this month, and really to roll up your sleeves and let's do this together. Let's talk about what the challenges are, but let's find those opportunities, because boy, if we really move together in alignment and bringing the community into this conversation and identifying where we can lead and add value and not duplicate, which is the Tahoe challenge. A lot of cooks in the kitchen in Tahoe, it takes everyone, but we have a very unique authority and we have a very unique leadership role in this basin. And it excites me, so you can't tell. And I only have 1 cup of coffee. So let's start with where we were this time last year. And I'm going to say a few words, and then I'd like to invite any members of the board that want to give their feedback on what they liked about the retreat last year. We've tried to incorporate those comments into this year's planning. And then I also would like to hear your feedback on this day. And so after we wrap up today, we'll send you a survey just to say, what did you think about this retreat and how could we do things better? This, what we hope, is part 1 of a series of retreats throughout the year, coupled with a site tour. And we're trying to work out the best time to have that. Our chair, Cindy, has graciously agreed to host that, in Kings Beach, with some Placer County staff and some members of our Advisory Planning Commission, which are also really important to the work that you do as board members. So we're trying to put together the right time for that, for the field tour, and then potentially another retreat session in the fall. So let's look at this as step 1 in an ongoing discussion where we can just take deeper dives. We just don't have the bandwidth at a regular meeting to do this. And that's the point of today. But starting with last year, a couple of things I wanted to highlight. I'm going to take a little out of order from our agenda and do this one first. But we identified some areas for improvement at that retreat. Number 1, which I'm very proud of, that we started under John Hester's able leadership during the interim director role that he played for 6 months last year, was really getting more policy debate at the dais, more policy debate in the meeting versus before we got there and were ready to vote. And so that means we were incorporating more workshop style conversations as part of the regular docket of the board agenda. So we did that in the form of the housing workshop last year. We've done that with the transportation equity discussions around transportation and access. And we have walked out also on some very big project votes without fully unanimous votes. And I think what we heard at that retreat was, you know what, we are a policy board and we are purposely selected in the compact and the seats that are specified in the compact to have different policy perspectives. Nevada, California, local, statewide, even the non-voting presidential appointee, we don't have to have unanimous votes. You know, that is, we heard that loud and clear, and let's not try to take an extra year to get a unanimous vote of the board, but yet let's listen and let's learn from each other and let's learn from those different policy perspectives. Let's fold in our constituencies' concerns and the public's concerns and be heard and try to find as much consensus as possible. But we don't have to have consensus on every vote. And so we heard that loud and clear. And I think what we've tried to do with our executive team is really establish a process where we could do that. And so I'm proud of what we've done so far. There's a lot more work to do, but a couple examples I wanted to share along those lines. And I think we also heard loud and clear that housing, land use, innovation, and transportation are really huge concerns. And we've also tried to fold in a lot more briefings around those topics and position some of those discussions in ways that could move the ball and move the needle forward. So on the housing front, I mean, I just have to thank our incredible staff for the leadership of the Tahoe Living Working Group, the meeting that we just had last Friday, and many members on this board, 4 members of the board are on that Housing Living Working Group stakeholder group, and Vince's leadership now at RPIC, the Regional Plan Implementation Committee, is tackling a lot of those issues. And these are not easy issues, and every resort town in the country is dealing with these issues. And I think some of you know, I've had a good relationship with the Cape Cod Commission. Cape Cod adopted our Take Care program, the Take Care Tahoe program, our collaborative environmental stewardship program, and they have a Cape Cod version of Take Care. So they've invited me a couple times to speak, and they have a commission there that oversees really 15 different municipalities on Cape Cod in Massachusetts. So it's a very similar entity as ours. And they just formed a working group for a new housing strategy for the region. And they invited TRPA to be a part of that. So myself, Karen Fink, Alyssa Bettinger are on their advisory group because they want to learn from some of the things that Tahoe's doing, and we want to learn from some of the great things that they're doing. They're doing some really innovative work there. So we're not alone in this quest for finding more affordable housing for our communities, but it's hard. It's really hard work, but we are definitely prioritizing that. Transportation, we covered a lot about transportation yesterday, but I wanted this board to know that we've heard you also in that retreat last year, that we need to prioritize that and really, again, do some groundbreaking things that could really move the needle, because as long, I joke, I am cleaning out my old office, I'm moving offices, and I found some doozy files, I will tell you. But one of the files I picked up, I didn't see the date, and I read this article, and it was all about transportation and traffic, and it was terrible, and Tahoe needs so much, and I thought it was like, 3 weeks ago, it was like 2004. It was like 20 years old. I mean, it was the exact same conversation. I mean, Cindy's served on committees for 30 plus years, and she has said the same thing. Like, we have not solved the problem yet, and we really have to. We have no choice. With climate change on our doorstep, it's not a future idea, it's here. It's getting hotter in Sacramento and northern Nevada. We know that traffic doubles over Echo Summit on a 100-degree day in Sacramento versus a 65-degree day, because people want to escape the heat. And that's going to happen because we have a US highway, Highway 50, that's running through Lake Tahoe. And we are not a national park where we say capacity full for the day. We are an open access, 90% public land basin. So that's a big challenge. And we heard you, and we're going to keep working on that. The one thing we are still working on is a better board orientation package. And so we are working on that. We have so many new members, and we're still in hybrid land. And what I think my takeaway from having worked with new members for many years, it's really hard to onboard on Zoom. So we're working on a better strategy for some of the newer members, so just stay tuned and we'll keep working that out. But in the meantime, and Cisco, you've been great about saying, yep, I don't know what's going on right now. Please don't be shy, because we kind of get in our lexicon of Tahoe and our acronym soup, and it's important to just raise your hand. But maybe that's a good spot to actually, having given you a few minutes to think, Secretary Aguilar, just to introduce yourself to the group, and if you can think of a thing that you might want to discover at a yard sale, please do.
I'm Cisco. I serve as Nevada Secretary of State, which is a great honor and a true privilege. I'm excited to be here. I love Tahoe. I love being outdoors. As part of the campaign, we actually did a thing where we walked from Carson City to Incline, which took us about 10 hours. But it was great. It was a great opportunity to just see the different aspects of how Tahoe is laid out. We went to the highest peak because we wanted to see the entire valley, and it was a great opportunity to know how important this place is. So I'm excited to be here. Thank you.
Great.
Oh, the one thing.
Yard sale.
A piece of an asteroid.
Brilliant. Amazing. Thank you for that. Okay, and then the last point about the retreat last year, one of the items we discussed was presentation material and briefing materials and presentation length time at staff meetings. Because I think our history at the agency, because issues are always complex, we had a little bit of a long wind-up, let's say. You know, some of our staff presentations could go 20, 30 minutes, and that really eats a lot of the deliberation time of this board. So we've worked very hard to shorten those to get right to the point. You know, some meetings are better than others, but we are really working hard on that. And then also in our reporting to you, we used to do something, you know, called the Tahoe Quarterly or TRPA Quarterly Report. It was looking backwards. And what we found is that you wanted to look forward. What's coming down the line? What are the issues? What are some key dates I need to know about? So that's the Tahoe in brief piece that we put in the board packet. And so when we do some retreat follow-up with you, we'll be asking some direct questions. So be thinking about if that isn't yet hitting the mark, what might be better, and let's keep innovating as we go. And as we did the annual report, I will say our staff, Sarah worked on the annual report really hard this year. It's a beautiful piece if you haven't had a chance to look through it. The quarterly reports actually helped us roll up the tally of all of the things that we worked on. So we do have a need to do a little bit of the look back, but we can accomplish that a couple different ways. So can I just call on any other board members that wanted to share perspectives from last year's retreat that might help us frame the day or set any kind of intent around that? If there's anything I missed that you wanted to talk about, jump in. Anyone? And if not, that's okay.
I just want to say thank you for giving us the roundup, and it's really amazing how responsive you were, the whole staff was, to everything we shared, so thank you.
Good. Thanks. Anything else? All right, so I have three points on my mention. I think I have 15 minutes left, so we've made up the time, even with a little bit of a technology hiccup. Al is not our pal. My second point is really to give a quick overview. This is an amazing story map that our staff worked with us for months on, and must say, I must give credit where credit's due. Vince started working on some slides when we first started talking about his chairmanship of the RPIC committee and really trying to capture. It's such a complicated question, and how do you convey that to the community, and how do we get information and factual data out there that maybe sometimes we working every day take for granted, but not everyone knows, and people don't have time to attend our meetings. So our team started pulling this story map together, and I just wanted to walk you through. I won't walk through the whole thing, but it is for those listening in and for the public. This is online today on the meetings page of the website, so you could even pull it up if you're on your laptops, and it's under the meeting materials. So those folks at home can follow along, but it's incredible. And this is not everything, but we have several tabs around our unique growth management system, and we have the most unique growth management system in the country, I mean, hands down. Like our interstate compact, the Government Accountability Office in 2007 did a report on interstate compacts for natural resources. and there are over 100, and there's none that's set up exactly like ours. And our growth management system that crosses boundaries in a watershed governance is very unique, and it's a great opportunity for us also to make the kind of changes I think we want to. So this, I'm just gonna roll through a little bit of our history. You know, a huge challenge to fixing the rundown development is the land use pattern that we were handed when this agency was formed. I mean, let's face it, after the Olympics of 1960, it was just an auto-centric, it was just an auto-dominated time in our history, and the infrastructure grew up around it. And all the old motels that you see on Highway 50 popped up to help, you know, was overflow for the 1960 Olympics on the North Shore. So when you have to go back and retrofit some of that, it's a huge challenge. That's our video that we did for our 50th anniversary. So what we thought we would do is just look at, when you drive around, you see the need to continue, but sometimes you forget what happened. And so the point of this is to show some of the great things that have happened. So this is, who can tell me where this is, and who, South Shore folks? Altamira, Cindy was very involved with this. You know, great partnership, the Conservancy, the Tahoe Fund, I'm sure there were lots of partners, Cindy, but this building on the left used to be where it is, and now it's gone. So it's just amazing to see what it used to look like, and then when you go online, you can drag this. Let's see if I can do this. There. Ah, woo! Our team is brilliant. So really exciting, and that was, you know, coming up on 10 years that happened. This is another highlight I think that's really cool. Invasive species. So John Hester's going to talk about our initiatives and how we're trying to streamline our initiatives into kind of a big four, you know, that we can really get our arms around and consolidate some of the work that we're doing. And invasive species is a big initiative in itself, but it lives under the EIP, it lives under restoration. And our invasive weeds program, the control program, I think is on par with the best in the country. I'm so proud of our team. But that picture on the left is Emerald Bay before treatment, and it's been treated many, many times over since then. And now, basically weed-free. There is a little population that, let's see, I need Catherine's able support somehow. I've gotten off my cursor. What'd I do? Magnifying glass. Technology is not our friend today. No, I was doing great. I was doing great. Yeah, we'll keep going, but you can see the difference. That's the same exact location of that picture. So the weeds on the left and weed-free on the right. And since then, I mean, this is many years ago, we've been able, as a partnership, again, this is a huge partnership with the Tahoe Conservation District and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and private foundations and the League to Save Tahoe and the Tahoe Fund, and this continues. This is one of many projects around the league where we've actually been able to eradicate the invasive weeds, the keys being the biggest one that we're working to control. Maybe we just scroll on to the next and see if it still is. Yellow refresh. Great. There we go. Ah, see, we need the oohs and ahs. It's really boring about that. Thank you. And make sure before I can do this. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so Kings Beach, right? We all know where this is. Look at that before and after. Incredible with roundabouts. And those of you who maybe weren't on the board, but were in the community during this project, this was one of the most contentious projects this board has seen. Shelley can attest to that. Remember being at the North Tahoe Event Center, I mean, there were fistfights. It was difficult, not of the board, thank goodness, but of the community, and of people had differences of opinion about whether to put that road on a diet through Kings Beach. And the community's voices were critical in that because it was such an unsafe place in Kings Beach to walk because it was a speedway. It was the only place where you could really pass. on the road. And so that was a tough call, and the board actually went one way and had to come back with a reconsideration vote. Placer County Supervisor, election shift, I mean, there was a lot.
Yeah, he was yanked after his vote, yes.
It was a lot. It was a lot. It was high drama on the seas of Lake Tahoe. But, and you know, it's not a perfect project. There never is a perfect project. But by and large, Kings Beach is more pedestrian friendly, and hopefully we'll be able to stimulate more activity that benefits the lake and the community. And thousands and thousands of pounds of sediment have been reduced in water quality as part of that project. And the Southern Nevada Public Land Management Act was a huge funder. Now, this is a project in Kings Beach. And so when you really think about how we do projects under that EIP, under that restoration umbrella, you know, I think, Cindy, what was it, like a $50 million project roughly in that ballpark of the Kings Beach Commercial Core Improvement Project. And the lion's share of that money came from land sales in Las Vegas. So, I mean, isn't that fascinating? You know, under the BLM lands in Las Vegas, they got sold, the money goes into the account, and Tahoe has $300 million set aside in that landmark conservation law. And so those monies could be spent all around the lake. Amazing. That's one of just a lot of projects. Of course, we all know the beautiful East Shore Trail. Absolutely incredible, giving people access to the lake. And again, not a perfect project. There's parking to work out. There's still challenge in that area that we're working on as we go, and we innovate as we go. And then, of course, the big news on SECI, the Clarity Report. I'm saying around the community and talking to folks, this is good news. Let's take the win of the best clarity since the 1980s. This is last year, 2022. But it was probably a gift from the Mysis shrimp whose population crashed. And thank you, Mysis shrimp, because we can all use a little good news right now, but it's probably not going to last. You know, how will it be this year after this kind of crazy winter and the runoff that we're going to see? The scientists are all debating that right now. What's going to happen this year? Will the biology and food web of the lake that was really dominating the issues last year still be in the same situation after this amount of runoff? And the debris in the road decomposition that made its way into the lake. If our cars were getting swallowed by potholes, you know, where is that going? Has anyone looked at the dirty piles of snow? I mean, it's awful to see, but this is, you know, a roadway network that is affected, you know, by all the precipitation. The good news is that every roadway, state highway around, every mile of highway around the lake has been treated for water quality. So that dirty snow is actually now, because of the EIP, and because of the partnership with our local governments, with our state MDOTs and Caltrans and lots of other partners, that is now being filtered before it gets into the lake, where it used to just run off and pollute the lake. And that is a huge issue for clarity. John Hester's going to talk about a lot of statistics on population, but I think one of the things we wanted to flag for you today is that there is this disconnect of those of us who live here, live in the region, on those peaks of winter and summer. It just feels busier. It feels more crowded. It feels like there's more traffic. But when you dig into the numbers, our population over 20 years is actually down like 11%. We haven't grown as a year-round population, really, truly more as visitors either, compared to the heyday of Tahoe in the early 80s and 90s. Our visitation isn't even the same, but the patterns have changed. Where people go and what they do has changed. And we haven't evolved our systems to address that adequately. And so we've got work to do there. And so I'm just gonna kind of roll through a little bit more of this. One of the stats, Shelley asked a good question. What has the regional plan done in terms of partnerships, public-private? And so we've been pulling together some statistics of, you know, over almost 450 million, and we probably didn't capture every dollar in this. We did our best. Our research and analysis team, Ken Caseman is in the back. That team tracks a lot of activity, but just if you just look at some of these big projects where our regional plan has been a catalyst for reinvestment, and these projects are improving old rundown properties in many cases that were polluting, and people are investing in the future of the lake with water quality improvements and green building. So that's a huge number. And then look at some of this, the Edgewood Pond, that's improvement, that was invasive weeds there, I think. And then our private property owners who are doing their BMPs, who are doing their erosion. You know, one of the things that you who were on the board, I guess Shelley, you voted for this, to give people coverage exemptions if they put in, if they can get their BMPs completed, their best management practices. Every parcel needs to have erosion control. And so in order to, you could get an expansion of a deck or allow additional land coverage if you got your BMPs done. And that has facilitated 1,000 permits. So some of those incentives that we put in the regional plan are paying off in a big way, bless you, and has actually spurred more investment in erosion control on private property. The shoreline program that we all talked about yesterday, one of the provisions in that policy was you don't get a buoy or a mooring if you don't do your best management practices. And that has resulted in over 1,000 lakefront parcel investments in erosion control and improvements. So there are a lot of elements of the plan that are working, and more public access. This is just a quick one, and I'm gonna wrap here and allow Hester to get more into the development rights. There's also, I think, a perception of so much growth that's planned or things that are coming, and we actually have some maps for you to look at. But one of the key things to keep in mind is most of this was analyzed already in terms of the future development potential of the basin in the regional plan update. So the projects that you've seen in the last several years that are garnering a lot of attention, they were already contemplated in the regional plan. We're not blowing out the growth caps. So I just wanted to make that point. And then finally, in my last piece on item number 3 of my intro, I just really wanted to talk about some of the feedback that I heard from staff. Because again, at the regular board meeting, we don't have a usual check-in point of, you know, what are folks feeling and what are they thinking and caring about. And I have a much better sense of that, and it was so gratifying to sit down with people. Some people I've known quite literally for 20 years working together, but I'm working with them in a new way. And so what I heard was, number one, people work at TRPA because they love this lake, and I appreciate Mr. Flaherty acknowledging that. Like, our staff works so hard. In terms of compensation, they can all go and make money somewhere else, more money than they're making in our agency, and that is an issue that I wanted to also flag for you. You know, we're doing a compensation study right now. We are not in the PERS retirement systems of either state. That is a huge retention and recruitment issue for our staff. They flag that. But they love Lake Tahoe. They are mission driven, and that is the number one common theme that we have that I wanted you to be aware of, and I'm sure you already knew that, but I can't tell you how palpable it was. It was the first thing that people said to me when I sat down with them. But we do have work to do. We have done work through the operations committee over time, where we did a big salary survey, and we are updating that. And we were able to bring some compensation up maybe about 5 years ago, but there's more work to do on the retirement side. But hopefully with more favorable budget conditions of the states, we might be able to address. One of the challenges is staff burnout. And that's what we're here today to talk about in terms of priorities. What I heard pretty loud and clear was, we have a very large plate, it's overflowing. And when new things get added, we don't know how to do it. We don't know how to do that without really kind of going through that burnout issue. And when I started at the agency, we had 90 staffers, and we have roughly 70 now. We have not increased. We are a lean and mean machine, and we've held the line because we've had to. But it's taking a toll on some of our staff. They are really, really stressed, particularly in Wendy's department, in the permitting and compliance side. We have 2 compliance officers for the entire lake. Think of all the projects that you see under construction. Think of the work, and we have other staff that support that from other departments based on other projects. But we have a lot to do on that side. But overall, I just want to say thank you again, and really let's do this together. Many of us, Cindy and I just addressed as I said, the California Environmental Planners Association this week. Hi, Alexis, welcome.
Thank you.
We've got an intro icebreaker for you, but we'll give you a minute to get started. Yes, and we're out on the speaking stump. It's great to be back in conferences again. But as I closed, and we've said this before in front of this group, you know, in terms of the collaborative spirit of how we work. And the compact deliberately gave us the mission to collaborate with each other. You know, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And I can't wait to move the needle and go far with you. So thank you for your time here today. Thank you for your attention. And I'll give Alexis a little preview of what we did in our icebreaker. We introduced ourselves and said, what one thing would you love to find at a yard sale? So you can think about that for a second and come back around. And I will now turn this back over to Caleb.
In a minute, we're going to go into further detail about issues, programs, and initiatives. We're going to take a break first. Any comments or questions based on Julie's presentation so far? Please.
I was just going to say, I've had a chance, some of us, to look over the presentation that she shared partially with everyone right now. And we have a really complicated message to get out, and I think the staff and Julie have done a great job of distilling it into graphics and simple concepts that will help people really understand our work. And I think, you know, there's a lot of misinformation out there, and so it's really important for us to get the truth out there and what we're really doing and what the state of the lake is. And I think this will be amazing to, at least as a fantastic start, getting us there. So great job.
Thank you. I just have a question. I mean, I know when we were talking about the 777 funding, there's stuff that we can do in California to try to help shake loose some California funds. But when I think about the staffing and the needs we have there, I know we've been pushing and trying to get additional funding for COLAs and things like that through work that we can do in California. But is there something we all as board members can be doing in our respective states and jurisdictions to highlight the need for additional funds for staff and for, you know, benchmarking to avoid losing people to counties or regions that can pay more?
Yeah, for those who couldn't hear the question, you know, how can the board help on the staffing front? And I think you already have been. I mean, all of you have been so supportive. You're going through the Nevada budget process. You know, we only get a bite at the apple every 2 years in Nevada. So just really appreciate highlighting that. I'll let Chris jump in on that too.
I would say, I think we may have an opportunity to go back to California and salary stuff like that.
Okay.
So when we get closer to that, we would love to have more support. I think the biggest problem right now in California is they're so busy with the huge budget problem that they don't really have time to listen.
I think it would be helpful to frame it in terms of potential staff loss or attrition, right? Like it's, then when I get those budget reactions, I can push a little harder and say, you know, there's an actual attrition rate that's occurring, there's, you know, actual demand, more demand for components. And like to frame it in terms of what we really finding now, I think saying yes, the budget requests, I think would help me also push a little harder. So yeah.
Actually, like I said, one thing, Angela, at this precise moment in time, we don't have any vacancies.
Oh,
it's
wow.
very unusual.
Okay, great.
But we seem to have filled our immediate open positions. So enjoy it.
It's a great moment, like the clarity. Please, John.
Create some trouble for Angela. She has been putting together information for California Human Resources.
Okay.
So maybe when we get that to, is something we can distill down for you guys.
Yeah, sure. I mean, because the things we can bring to the legislature, we can bring it to the agency, but just the more facts and figures we have that says, this is what we risk if we don't continually address, like the same way you give raises to, you know, legislative or executive branch members, this is what we risk.
So we are engaged with measures.
Yeah.
And I think that the other key target has to be the legislative analyst office. Bringing them here in August when the legislature's in session, having them actually work with staff to understand what the capacity issues are. You know, frankly, if you can convince the LAO's office, you know, much easier then to get legislative members to get the support, because if you don't have their support to budget applications, then it's a really.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Catherine Freeman, for those of you in California, we worked with her on our budget for years and years, but she came out of LAO, and we had done tours with her, and then when she went to work on our Senate, we're in the Senate Sub-2 Budget Committee in California, it was amazing because she had already had exposure, and of course she knew the Conservancy. And so another thing on budget, which I just want to thank Ashley for, is really pushing us to collaborate more with the California Tahoe Conservancy. Some of you are already, on that board as well, to do joint budget proposals. And honestly, we were not in a position to do that until recently. And I've had many meetings with Jason Vasquez, the new director at the Conservancy, and we're going all in. Like, let's showcase that partnership. Let's showcase how the Conservancy and TRPA can implement the regional plan and address the blight and address the housing and access for all in terms of the sustainable recreation, and do some joint budget proposals. And that's kind of where the rubber meets the road. But the LEO idea is a good idea. So I know Devin is taking great notes right now. But we should invite them up before the summit and do like some field trips.
Finance. I was gonna say
Finance.
finance.
Yeah.
LEO, Department of Finance, and a few member staff.
Yeah.
For a tour, and we can come too, but
Great.
yeah.
Well, Shelley.
I missed you, sorry.
I was changing topic, but.
Oh, okay. The paradox is, and for as long as I've been on this board, there are people in the community who are suspicious of TRPA. There are those of us who are outspoken advocates. But when there's a crisis or a problem, they look to this agency for a solution. And we've done our best, within the limitations of our staffing to address those issues. But of course, we've been more inclined to kind of offload. I don't mean that in a pejorative way, but reassign the task to one of our partners, which obviously needs to continue. But I think, a summary of not only the issues that we're currently dealing with, but the issues we have been asked to address that we don't have the staffing to address. And that's why we have to, rely on our partners to address those issues. But I think that, it needs to be emphasized because we have budget limitations. We've tried to stay within our wheelhouse to the best possible way. But I think that it's important that the people who are providing the funding understand the pressures that are exerted on this agency to get involved in every aspect of life in the Tahoe Basin. And of course, there are those who don't want us to be here at all. So, it's kind of an interesting combination of attitudes toward the agency. But I just think it would be helpful if they knew what were the projects we're currently working on, the manpower it takes to accomplish those objectives, and then the additional issues that we have been asked to address that we just simply don't have the bandwidth to.
Great suggestion, Shelley. Just for those in the back, really triaging our work plan with allocations of resources that we have and what else is on the plate or has been desired to be on the plate, and really honing in on that message. I will say, I started my career at the power company, Delmarva Power and Light, natural gas and electric owned, privately investor-owned utility in Delaware. And no one thinks about electricity until it doesn't work. No one's calling us up saying, thanks for keeping the lights on. But then when it's not on and it's 100 degrees out and your ice cream is melting in your freezer, guess who gets the calls? So I'm very familiar with how when things are working well, you don't hear so much. And in Tahoe, I get calls like, how come you're letting too much water out of the dam in Tahoe City? Like, that's the federal water master. That's not TRPA, but people do. They subscribe a very large role for us, and rightly so, but we don't do everything. And it's really even, it's important for our team, it's something we've worked on for years and we'll keep working on, to say who is the right partner who can help and triage that too. Other questions? Great.
Just to follow up on that, I think also showing both states, often they just look at the salaries, and we need them to look at the fully burdened salaries comparable within each state agency, because they don't include, do you need us to use the mic? I'm seeing all those symbols. The fully burdened costs, so that it is apples to apples, because I don't think they're really understanding that. But I want to change to this graph behind you. One of the things I think is important about our partnerships is also looking at how many lots have been retired from development, right? Because that's a huge story that the Conservancy has been the lead on, or Nevada State Lands, but we're just seeing development, but we're not seeing also the retirement. And so it might be important in our story maps to put our partners' goals or accomplishments in the picture too, so the public understands that. That's just a suggestion.
Well, I failed to scroll down.
Oh,
I think
because it's in.
I want to say it's right down there, yes, it is, and thank you for that, because now, there's almost 10,000 parcels that could have been developed, but because of Santini Burton, there's about 3,500 parcels that the Forest Service owns and manages, the Conservancy has the lion's share, I think they have like 5,000, and the state of Nevada. So people take them for granted, walking their dogs, just having more open space in the communities. But that really was the beginning of the conservation success story. So yeah, I think if we maybe on a break, people can take a look, but we need to do more. We need to do more to let folks know, because people just kind of forget.
Well, the new residents especially.
Especially the new residents.
For the rest of the day, I'll run the mics some, but also if we just project and speak up, that'll help, so we don't have to grab a mic every time. Other comments or questions? Folks, it's 10:30, you tell me. We're just getting into it. In the next session, there's going to be a good amount of detail about issues and about initiative areas, strategic areas. Would you like a 10-minute break? It's not a bad time to stretch. And come back at 10:40. Does that sound okay?
Sure.
Okay, great. See you in 10 minutes.
Good luck with that.
Yes.
Good luck. I tried that yesterday. It's like a jackpot.
Good morning.
Glad I'm not the only one.
Yeah, it's gonna be like,
Oh, no.
It's so beautiful.
Well, it's important for people to realize how necessary of huge amounts of state investment.
I let it go a little bit longer. It seems like those were good conversations. Thank you very much. Commissioner Hill, we said hello and talked about things we might like to find at a yard sale. If you want 1980s ski gear or velvet paintings, you're gonna have to get in line. Because,
Velvet painting.
I started it, but then everybody jumped on the bandwagon. I'm in a trendsetter. Please.
I do love going to, like garage sales and estate sales for clothing. So like vintage women's clothing. And sometimes I'll pick up something for my husband. He's behaved, so, yeah. That's what I like to get.
You live near Junkies, do you frequent that spot?
Yeah, I mean, for special occasions. Yeah, you should have seen me on New Year's.
It was a help. Welcome. Just again, a preview of the day. Starting with a presentation followed by discussion, kind of like last time. Remember, the goal today is talking about priorities. The staff's going to talk about the prep that they've been doing for an annual work plan, where they see the focus and the priorities. And all day today is an opportunity to hear from staff and board on what's missing, what's going to be the hardest, what would you like to elevate, what do you have questions about when it comes to either management topics or initiatives and plans that are underway. That's the goal for all day long. In the afternoon, we have some loosely structured exercises to do that same thing, and I'll lead us there when we get there. So in the meantime, Hester is going to lead us through some more detailed information. When you're ready, sir.
I'm ready, thank you. A couple housekeeping items. Kim Casman's staff member sitting back in the back didn't get to introduce himself. Kim, what do you want from the live sale?
Final record.
Final record.
Yeah, there you go.
Kim's in charge of our research and analysis department. And, you know, I know you didn't want us to comment on what people said, but I can't help myself. Shelley wanted to discover an unpublished manuscript from a famous author. And I just wanted to blurt out, Shelley, why, so you could edit it.
No, so I can plagiarize it.
Let me give you a little bit of background on how we got to this slide presentation. So you all said you wanted an environmental scan after the last retreat. And Vince, I love Vince. Vince, he knows we're working on something, so all of a sudden, there come emails, the articles, the reports. Here's what you need to do for environmental scan. I said, Vince, I think I got this. Thank you. So I put together a team with Dan Segan and Michelle Dickert and Michelle Navarro, who's not here. And we came up with about a 20-page environmental scan. So we took that to our staff. We sent it out to all of our staff, so we went your input. We had an all-staff meeting where we got our breakout groups and try to be cool like you, Kaylin. And so then we got it up to about 25 pages. And then I said, Kaylin, we got this great 25-page environmental scan. He says, well, you got to cut it down to 10 pages. And in that 10 pages, you need to do a 2-page front, one page front and back summary, because that's all the board's going to read. I said, okay, we'll do that. And then we had an all-staff meeting, and we invited the chairman of the ABC, and Haley, who's not here, here she goes, I can pick on her and she's not here. Haley comes, they were both at our staff meeting, and they said, somebody asked them a question, maybe it was me, what do you guys think we could do to be effective with our staff presentations and staff reports? And Haley said, don't rely on your slides. So I was thinking, okay, so we gotta limit the slides. Kayla wants this thing really short. And then a couple of days ago, Julie says to me, Haley, you must be picking on me. Julie says, you know, this environmental scan you have, we haven't had a chance to put it into the right format and so forth, so hold off on it. So here I am, I can't use the scan, I can't use the slides. And, you know, a man's got to know his limitations. I've got to use some slides here. I thought I would tell you all I stayed up last night till 1 o'clock cutting and pasting the scan into the comment parts of the PowerPoint, and I was gonna read a 10-page scan to you, and just let the slides play in the background, but I can't really do that. So I hope this threads the needle, limits the reliance on the slides, but also gets some information across to you. And if not, it's my fault. If you like it a lot, then the people like all the staff and Dan and Shay and everybody else who worked on this did all the good work. So I'll start. So what is an environmental scan? It's really, let me go to the next slide. Tracy's going to read my slides for me. I'm going to do, this is the first part of the presentation. I'm going to cover this. This is some trends we think are important, and it's what you asked for at the last retreat. And there will be the document forthcoming that I showed you, but this is kind of the first part. There's two more parts I'll go through. One is our take on what our strategy adjustments ought to be, and then the third part will be a little bit of information on what's not strategy, what's not big initiatives that we still have to deal with, so you know. And Julie talked about our plate being so full of what it is. So next slide. So what do I mean by an, is that part of it missing with the survey?
Oh, I see it. You can see it, but it's very faint.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway. So what is an environmental scan and how does it fit in? If you've been in corporations or local government organizations where they do these once a year or some period, people try to say, what's going on? Let's step back and take a look at the external trends, internal trends. What are the big things that we need to be aware of as we set our priorities or adjust our priorities? That's the point of this workshop today. From that, we will adjust our initiatives and start talking about how we implement those, measure that, and come back to you next year and do it all over again. Maybe it's an annual cycle, maybe a little longer, but that's what it is. Next slide. So whenever you're doing an environmental scan, whatever kind of organization you have to look at what are your mandates, what's your purpose, why are you there? So for us, for TRPA, we talk a lot about the bi-state compact. That compact really has, 4 things: establish threshold standards, do a regional plan and code to implement those, and then we actually implement through permits for private development, and as well as all of the implementation projects that happen through the Environmental Improvement Program and Transportation Improvement Program. So we've got those mandates, I think you're pretty familiar with from the compact, but what we don't talk a lot about as much, we talk about some, is the MPO, or the Metropolitan Planning Organization, which is a designation, a federal designation that both governors make. We are the transportation planning and programming agency for Tahoe Basin. For Nevada, there is RTC Washoe, which is also the same thing. Southern Nevada, RTC is the same thing. Carson City is an MPO. In California, there's more than I can name, but to give you an example, the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, San Francisco, SACOG, Sacramento, San Diego, Southern California Association, LA. So that's kind of what the MPO is. And then the Clean Water Act designates who are the water quality management planning organizations or agencies. We are that as well. We last updated the water quality management plan at the same time we did the regional plan in 2012. So we're mandated to plan for all of those things, and the compact goes further and says prepare a list of projects to implement. So that's kind of what we are about in terms of what people have told us by law we have to do. So that's kind of, I want to just set that there for you, that background. I want to move a little bit into some trends. Next slide. Julie talked about population. What you can see is unemployment kind of tracks it the same way, 11% reduction in both. In 2000, we were at 62,000 people and 27,000 jobs. That dropped by 2010 and didn't really go up much by 2020. So we've had an 11% reduction, 7,000 population over the last 20 years. Similar kind of employment's always pretty much a function of population, although that's changing a little bit here because not everybody who works here can live here anymore. Next slide. We talked, there was questions about, Cindy talked about how much development's left. So you know that we break development down into 3 types: residential units, commercial square footage, and workforce accommodation units is nice jargon for hotel rooms. But basically what's happened is in 2012, we had these numbers, and this one much was remaining, this is what is remaining now. And so there's not a whole lot left. For example, this is about 7% of residential units is what's left. So we are really, and this is kind of a paradigm shift we all need to think about, but we are really largely in the redevelopment business at TRPA. We're not so much in the business of greenfield development like a city or a county outside of the basin. So we've actually seen within these numbers a reduction in commercial and a reduction in tourist accommodation units. We did some work, as you all, some of you who have been on the board for a while remember, we got the infamous picture of Shelley and Billy Yates doing that away and so forth. But we set it up so that as you can convert between commercial and tourist accommodation units and residential units. So what that tried to recognize was that our market was changing, and our regional plan environmental impact study in 2012 said one of the mitigation measures you need to work on is changing your development rights system. Julie said we have the most unique. We brought in the guy who wrote the book on development rights. He didn't use the word unique. He said the most complex development rights system I've seen in this country. So that's what we have. I'd like to tell you it's working great, but what I will tell you, because I'm going to say it before Dan Segan says it, is we did these conversions based on trips. We all know we can now switch to BMT. So we're going to have to probably evaluate our conversion ratios based on BMT versus trips. But the point is, we now have made this so it works a little bit better to track the market. We don't have a lot left, so we really, well, for Astoria, and other projects I'll talk about in a little bit, that was not new development, that was redevelopment. A lot of the stuff we do is redevelopment, but there's not a lot left. So that's the point of the development rights and the trends there. Next slide. This one, this is like no newsflash to anybody, but our housing costs went down a little bit between 10 and 12. Everybody knows the housing bubble all over the country. But if you look at it starting in 2012 and to go on to 2021, even in 2012, after they'd gone down, our ratio was 6 times household income is what cost of the house. Those of you who've looked at this a little bit know that it used to be 3 times was what everybody wanted. Banks would say, you'll loan me the money for 3 times your household income. But we were in 2012 when it was low, we were at 6. We're now 13 times. Housing prices, the average household price has gone up to $950,000, while the average income is $71,000. So that's not a newsflash to you all that we have an affordability problem, but it's just gotten significantly worse. Next slide. These 2 slides, this one and the next one, they're both about trips and visitation. So we tried to get some trends out of this, and I got to tell you, honestly, I had about 5 people giving me comments, and I'll summarize it this way. Dan Segan said, don't you like it when 5 people give you comments and they're all different? Ken was giving me comments, and Michelle, and Josh Schmidt, our PhD transportation guy. Anyway, I'll just try to go through these and tell you what I think we all agree on trends. So the Airport Authority, Reno Tahoe International Airport Authority had the COVID dip, but over time you can see they kind of went down and then they were starting back up. Probably the best way to tell you what they think is going to happen is the fact that they just started a $1 billion renovation. expansion project. So they're anticipating that their number of passengers will continue to go up. Annual rooms rented, has been, we didn't put in the long-term number, but it has never been where it was in the year 2000. More recently, it dropped down some and it's come back up, but rooms have been way lower in the last 20 years than they were. Daily vehicle miles traveled, I thought this was pretty interesting, but of course we also get well, when did we have construction projects and what was the weather like and all this stuff, so. But I think the point is, vehicle miles traveled haven't really gotten significantly greater. In fact, some numbers lower. Entry and exit, this was the one I found most interesting when you kind of peel back the onion. While the numbers went down for the whole basin, the Nevada numbers actually went up. So it was interesting that we had the aggregate numbers going down, but on the Nevada side coming up. And then this is travel time, which indicates, it's kind of a proxy for congestion, that maybe we don't have as much congestion year-round as we think we do, we just have it in peak times. Next slide, Tracy. So we also tried, and I don't know how well you can see this, but we also tried to use cell phone data to, well, we didn't use the cell phone data, we used what consultants prepared the cell phone data, to try to identify in the basin where the visitors coming and going. And this includes locals who go visit recreation sites, but you can see several things here. One is we have different seasons, so it's not like we're a beach community and we have summer peak, or we're a ski community or winter peak. We have both. We have shoulder seasons. We also have travel to places that are not communities, like ski resorts, places like that. And so trying to put all this data together, this and what was on the previous slide, is a little bit difficult. And I'll tell you where we are is 30 years ago or longer, dating myself. When you used to do transportation plans, you would take ITE trip rates and you would go do origin destination studies, surveys of drivers, and you build these models of how things worked. And that's 30-year-old technology. What's going on now, and the people that are talking to our research and analysis folks are the same big data people who send you you ever been somewhere and looked at something on your phone and you get a text a little bit later that says, oh, by the way, the store right next door is what you've been looking for, or something like that. So that same information, the use of different data sources by big data aggregators is starting to happen now in transportation. So our guys are getting visitors who are saying, well, look, we've got cell phone data, and we know where people are going. We can cross-match that with what they're spending because the credit card data we get. And they're claiming, we don't know that it's true, but they're claiming we can tell you every single trip, where they come from, where they're going, how long it is, all of that. My point in telling you that story is transportation planning, modeling, data, all of that is right now in a state of huge change. So we probably will be having to revisit a lot of this over the next few years. And talk to Michelle about the regional transportation plan update. We kind of got one foot in the old technology and one foot in the new. And so some of this will show up in the next regional RTP. Some of it might take us 4 or 5 years, so it'll be RTP after that. But we're anticipating revisiting probably a lot of our assumptions in the transportation plan. But that's what's going on. That's the best I can tell you on trends for visitation of trips. Next slide. I want to turn a little bit to climate change.
Alexis had a question.
Oh, go ahead.
I didn't have a question, I just wanted to point out that TTD also just got a grant for those smart cameras, so we'll be able to also leverage that data once those are implemented all around the basin.
Yeah, there's all kinds of technology coming together, and it's not Big Brother government, it's Big Brother private.
Yeah.
For better or for worse. So climate change. You all know, if you've been with us a while, that we did some award-winning work with other partners around the basin on sustainability planning. Part of that was our models of year 2090, what would be happening. And, you know, what everybody agreed to was extremes. And guess what? We've seen the fires, the very dry summers, and the fires are very wet. We're still melting out of this last wet winter. What that means is extremes. So what's happened since the 2015 plan we did is we've worked with partners with Devon's or this work, the climate strategy. It's the whole group of the partnership. And some of the projects that are coming out of that are forest health projects. You all have had a discussion about biomass and how can we, what used to be prohibited for air quality purposes, how can we now embrace that as a way to thin the forest, which we need to do? According to Kat. If you want to discuss that with Doug Flaherty, I'll let you guys do that. Anyway, and more importantly, probably is the biomass, how do we use it? That's now considered a clean energy source. So that's one of the projects we're working on, working with CTC to do some environmental analysis of that. And so those are an example of the kind of projects coming out of that. Public services and facilities, public safety. We all know that when the rate gets lower, public safety providers can't get their votes. This is one to one, I don't to say this. Okay. Anyway, so our public safety providers, we've convened. We didn't necessarily say we want to adopt a regional plan element for this, or we want to do an EIS on that, but we are just in the role of convening people to Kat and Tiffany, our shoreline person, and Jacob Stock and Long Range Plan. Got the different law enforcement agencies together and said, let's pick the sites we put into the code a few years ago that public safety peers are exempt from the other shoreline, some of the other shoreline regulations. So we're doing these things where we get our partners together and say, with climate change coming, what do we need to do? So that's an example of those kind of things. We've heard from Kim and Julie about the Cutting the Green Tape initiative to make environmental improvement projects go through process improvements. You've heard about funding initiatives. Those are all things that we are doing and need to continue to do to deal with climate change and restoration. I am starting to call it R&R, restoration and resiliency. So I don't know if R&R is going to stick with Kim, but at least it's not out her. Next slide. This is kind of the wrap up the trends part of my presentation. We already talked about technology, what it's doing for transportation planning. We also have a lot of technology that we use to do our business now, online permitting and so forth. That's a lot of work that our research and analysis group supports. And we've also, if you've watched us over the last 10 years, we've pretty much gone online with all of our information. It's all in both. We're getting great public responses from the digital permit processing from most people, getting great responses from the information that research and analysis and others are putting out there, the parcel tracker, the EIP project tracker, et cetera. We're getting more demand for that. And so that technology is just going to become a bigger and bigger part of what we do. The public policy or political climate is call it what you want. Julie talked a lot about that. We have at TRPA enjoyed a lot of bipartisan and by-state support that I hope continues, and board and staff collaboration, working together. It's been wonderful. Honestly, I've worked in the county and city government in the same area. Let's say we got some city county issues that are a lot worse than what's going on up here, so it's good. In terms of our plans and code, you can imagine, I kind of hinted at this, but they aren't all that they should be in terms of being up to date. For example, codes nowadays are pretty much online, have a lot of links, you can click on a video, click on a term and it'll be a video that will tell you how to fill out your application or things like that. And there are also some parts of our plan, policies, and codes that need to be looked at. We've been trying, just so strategically you will know, we've been trying initiative by initiative to try to update parts of our plan code. So for example, on development rights, we took 3 chapters of the code. We reoriented them and rewrote them. We probably will keep doing it that way, but at some point, and we're not recommending that this time, but at some point, as a board and staff will probably have to say, we need to set aside some resources to do a more comprehensive update. But instead of doing a big updates like we did in 2012, we've been trying to make it more of an ongoing adaptive management process. In terms of organizational culture, Julie talked a lot about that. It's amazing to me, we have staff who get job offers where they have, we talked about compensation. We get staff who say, I got offered a job for more money in a defined benefit retirement program with a Lake Tahoe pay differential. Now I want to stay at TRPA because I know what we're doing and how we're doing it. So that's a lot of that is credit to the board, to Julie, to just what we're doing. So it's a great environment. That doesn't mean we're trying to steal people back from local governments. We haven't been very successful. In terms of budget resources, we have a $22 million budget. And you think, oh, $22 million, we do a lot. What you will see when you get the scan, or what you'll see if you listen to Chris during the budget information presentations, is a lot of that is not really discretionary. About $8 million in general fund revenues. The rest of it goes to EO functions that have to be, you have to do what we get the money for. Permitting fees go for permitting and so forth. So when it's all said and done, we just have a little bit of money to pour over. Even the general fund has designated things it has to do, like we've got $1.5 billion worth of monitoring and other kind of contracts. So just want to dissuade you from thinking, oh, we've got a bunch of millions of dollars, we can go do a whole bunch of new things. We really can't. And I don't think that's a newsflash for anybody who's looking at county decision building. So there's limited resources for the initiatives, but there are some. So that's kind of, next slide. That's kind of the trends, mandates from the compact NPO, water quality management, agency requirements, and now I want to go into what we as staff see, and what we think your priorities ought to be. So next slide. So we think there's really 3 areas that we need to work on. One is, and not silo these things, but work on housing, while we're looking at BNT per capita reduction, which is our newest threshold, and looking at how do we continue to address water quality. You saw that housing affordability issue in the trends. You heard Darcy say we need to make more progress on some of these other things. Second thing is, you saw, even though it's a little bit confusing, you see that we need to plan for our visitation a little bit differently. And then, obviously, continue to address climate change and pace and scale of environmental improvement projects. So we're calling them these 3 focus areas: complete communities, visitation and restoration, and resiliency. I want to walk through each one of these and what we think, what the components of them are. I'm covering a lot of information, so I'm going to just kind of be hitting the treetops. If you guys want to get into detail, we can. Probably just after I'm done, or just after lunch. So let me just go ahead and start with complete communities. Next slide.
So comments or questions now as we go?
John, I had a question.
Yes.
Several slides back, we were talking about the annual reduction in the number of rooms rented. Is that taken into consideration STRs, or is that a result of STRs?
I'm going to ask Dan, because I think you're commenting on that.
STRs. Dan, would you be so kind as to repeat the question? Sorry.
You got one, Mike.
The question was, does the rooms rented number include STRs or is it a result of STRs? And the answer is it includes STRs.
So that, maybe I wasn't as clear as I should have been here, but what we think, Shelley, is the visitation is still here. It's just, it's different kind of visitors going to different places.
Well, there's a lot of daytime activity. It's not necessarily people coming for an extended stay.
Yeah.
Chris, do you want to? I'm sure he has Dan. Is it just STRs that we know about, or that
It is, so the question was, is it just registered STRs that are paying tourist occupancy taxes? And the answer is yes. But we've seen a huge increase as there's been an increase in compliance-related companies for local jurisdictions to gather STR and TOT funds. There's been a large increase in the number of rooms rented. So we've seen that number go up. And we generally adjust when we do long-term forecasts of occupancy to incorporate the higher numbers of STRs that were unreported in the tax collection, but that's going back 20 years. The numbers on the screen that John showed are just the last 4 years, so those include proper accounting for STRs.
Thank you. When I get to the visitation part, maybe talk about that. So,
please don't be shy as we go. I'm sorry to keep interrupting you. Please don't be shy. Jump on in, please.
So complete communities. 3 components: workforce housing, which we've been trying to address through the Tahoe Living Working Group. Complete transportation system, I'll explain what I mean by that, but I'm talking about. In communities, you need to have sidewalks and all that. And then stormwater infrastructure, how does that kind of work if we do some of these other things? So let me just go through the next slide, Tracy. So our goal here, let me talk about the development, a little bit more detail about what Julie talked about development. So we have, she mentioned earlier, we're probably in the business of redevelopment. We have 92% of our developments existing. 3% of that that's left, 7.5 that's left, is already spoken for in terms of swimming pools or approved non-built projects. So what we really have is somewhere in the neighborhood of 5.5% new development. So we really are, like I said, a redevelopment business. So our goal is, and this is going back to the regional plan, and I'm going to start using the word redevelopment because I think that's more accurate. Our goal is to encourage redevelopment of affordable workforce in your town centers. And one of the reasons in the 2012 plan we talked about going to town centers is that's where we have a lot of this old development that was built before modern standards for environmental quality. John Marshall and I are going to do a presentation after the next APC meeting on Planning 102. Give you kind of one of the key messages out of that is those of you who work in local government outside the basin know that when you do development, you have zoning that lets you do a subdivision. You can't do a subdivision without building all of the infrastructure that we lack in our older communities. So today, Vince is shaking his head. Today you couldn't build anything without this kind of stormwater infrastructure we lack. So we're kind of in a business of redeveloping and trying to bring our stormwater infrastructure up to standards, which I'll talk about a little bit in a minute. So how do we incentivize this? And the incentive, what we want to incentivize is smaller units per parcel. So we're going to better utilize the site and limit parking, and that ties into VMT reduction. So next slide. So Julie mentioned 4 of the board members are on the Tahoe Living Working Group. They occasionally bring to you their recommendations and ask for your direction. She also mentioned the housing workshop we had in July. In July, you guys told us, excuse me, instead of continuing to tweak these standards the way you think is possible to make that happen, let's ask our consultants, Cascadia. And Cascadia actually do pro formas and You're in the business for both public and private, saying, you know, what's economically feasible for you to build. Go to Cascadia and say, if we want to get a reasonable rate of return from the market, what do we have to do? What are the barriers that we have to overcome? So we said, okay, instead of us thinking that's, you know, sounds cool from a planning policy perspective, or that's what we think is politically acceptable, you tell us from an economic perspective, from an investor perspective, what needs to happen. So they looked at everything that we could give them, including some local regulation, and they said, okay, your density standards are not going to work because of the size of the lot. 25 units per acre, 12,000 square foot lot, you're not going to get the density you need. Because of setbacks and zoning ordinances, even though you have 70% coverage in town centers, you're not going to get the size of the building coverage you need. And because of your parking requirements, you're not going to get the land you need for building. In fact, it was interesting at the working group meeting, I forgot who said it, but somebody said, yeah, if you go look at most codes, TRPA doesn't do parking. You could, but right now it's local government responsibility. Somebody, I forgot who it was, Karen maybe could refresh me, said, you know, we go look at a code, the first thing we have to do is parking, because it doesn't require us to build houses, but it requires us to put in parking spaces. And so we've kind of created some barriers here. So next slide. So what Cascadia did was they said, okay, if this is your income scale, AMI, area median income scale, here's where you are right now. You're at, this is a little bit of what I was trying to talk with Cisco about yesterday. You're at 230% of average area median income under your current TRPA and local regulations. You can start moving toward there it is. Sarah and I were going back and forth about that. You can start moving toward more affordability if you just make TRPA changes. If you make TRPA local and including stormwater infrastructure is provided, you can start moving over here and you start moving housing into where it's affordable for the workforce. But that's going to require us looking at things like high density coverage, parking, stormwater systems. So to move to affordability, those are the kind of things that they're telling us. And this is market affordability, but what it does is it takes the rent down from $5,700 to $2,400. So you can see what impact that has. Next slide. So we were trying to figure out where would be the best place to put these, because what we're going to talk about is best place for housing, best place to make transportation improvements, best place for stormwater improvements, and I think you'll see in a minute how that comes together. So we looked at some examples of where that's happening now. Town centers within our bonus sheet. Just leave it at that, but that's first cut, the kind of places where we were trying to go. Next slide. So now I want to talk about the transportation system. John.
Just before we move on, just wanted to make a quick comment, maybe to plant a seed for the afternoon discussion. I think we can see the need for more flexibility on affordable housing and achievable housing, and there are state laws that we can conform with and reduce barriers. But I think we also should be thinking about how to disincentivize, to Vince's point yesterday, what we don't want. We spend most of our time at the board talking about luxury condos and vacation rentals and monster homes, and that also takes a lot of staff time. And I'm just looking at one of the stats, seeing when we have 3,525 residential units left as development rights, and I don't know if that counts the bonus units. I think not. But and we've heard that from various analyses, there's a need for about 4,500 new housing units for affordable housing. So that really should be all of those units at some level. So I hope we can continue to add ways to disincentivize what we don't want, make it harder to get development rights and convert CFA to a luxury condo, for example, so we can save as much as possible for more coverage and height and density and impact for community benefiting purposes. I just want to add that.
And the numbers you pointed out, by the way, John's also on the group. The numbers you pointed out point to the need to be able to move the development rights from one category to another, because 4,500 is greater than 3,500.
Yeah. And prioritize.
Yeah.
And probably make it harder to get them if they're not in affordable housing or achievable.
So, yes.
The only thing that occurs to me is that how many undeveloped single-family lots are in the Tahoe Basin that are developable?
I'm looking at Ken, but I think it's around 3,000. Is that right? How many undeveloped lots are there that are developable in the basin?
About 3,500.
3,500. I think that's 3,500 number John was talking about.
Yeah, well, that's an issue, because these people have inherent development rights, you know, and if all of those entitlements go to, you know, one sector of the you know, to solve a specific problem, and they're excluded, then they're going to obviously claim inverse condemnation.
So you can't just say, give me your development rights, Shelley, and I want to pay for it, or.
Right, they have to be compensated.
No, we have to, if it was easy, it would have been done.
Well, the question, John, and this is maybe a conversation for another day, but, you know, there was a movement for a while to look at a new funding source for acquisition. Now that the funds from Burton Santini gathered are exhausted, are they through?
That's a really good question. Let me jump in on that. The question was funds for acquisition. They are not exhausted, Shelley. The funds, there is a very large account for acquisitions under Santini Group in the hundreds of millions of dollars. The Forest Service, you know, has really identified most of the high value acquisitions. There are some big ones. You know, the Conservancy is in the middle of a Motel 6 acquisition process. Hopefully that goes through. So there are some really prime targets, but the Forest Service, you know, is not, it's very difficult for them to acquire developed land now. You know, we went through that with the old Dreyfus estate at Zephyr Cove. So those dollars, we, you know, as a partnership, are talking about how can we leverage those dollars to support some of these other programs, like transportation investments, for example, or sustainable recreation infrastructure, and support overall the housing initiatives that we want to. Most of the big acquisitions have been done, you know, and that was, to Cindy's point, a huge conservation success story with what we have.
So I guess what I'm saying, Julie, is that if most of the big acquisitions have been taken care of, and there is a desire to focus more intensely on workforce housing, we've got a limited number of development rights, so let's take those funds and shift gears and start acquiring some of these single-family lots that are developable.
Well, and that actually.
I'll just interrupt for a quick second. Shelley, we need you to project.
I need to go over and
Project.
The microphone is for that purpose.
Just so we can pick Nicole's having difficulty picking up.
I will try to, Shelley saying, given that, what Julie just said on the mic, we need to change. There are some things going on, like CTC is buying some asset lands, we've been talking, Julie and I talked with Jason about, could we use those? That was what they did with the sugar mining project. Let me keep going with this, and got some good stuff to build in this afternoon. So looking at our second component of communities is reducing VMT per capita, our newest threshold. So our strategy there is to have mixed land uses, have sidewalks and bike paths, do parking management, and have transit. So next slide. So this is kind of a simple way to look at this, and depending on which study you look at, they'll tell you the percentages. I know we looked at one in 2012, I was trying to find it, but I think if you have any two of these, you get like around a 10% reduction in vehicle miles, or trips, not vehicle miles, because trips is what we're using. If you have three, you can get around 20%. But the point is, a lot of our traditional development patterns in cities and counties and in the basin have been segregating the land uses, so they're not mixed uses not together. More contemporary planning concept is to have mixed use, which is really not a new concept. It's going back to what we did prior to World War II. But the point is, when you have this kind of mix of uses, they're close enough together that people can walk to them, bike to them, and you don't have to drive over there. And so reducing auto dependency is in our compact, and it's our latest threshold. Next slide. So how does that mixed use work? You can mix it vertically. By the way, Julie went to the University of Delaware, and this is from the University of Delaware. That's the reason I put these graphics in there. Just kidding. Or you can do horizontal mixed use, or you can do both. But there are key components of mixed use development that you have to have for it to work. And here it is in more words from the Urban Land Institute, but basically you have to have living uses or working uses with other kinds of uses like commercial leisure uses. It has to be integrated, which is what this is trying to show us, so that all of those are designed to work together. And you have to have the pedestrian infrastructure. For us, what that would mean is, if we had town centers like this, somebody would have to plow the sidewalks. Because while we plow streets, anybody who's driven up Kingsbury Grade lately from 50 to our office, maybe they melted in the last few days, but I just remember last week. Well, look, the street's clear, but well, it's this high on the sidewalk. So that's part of what we need to do. Next slide, please. So again, we started looking at where would be good places to do this. It would be where we have town centers and where we have transit, the potential to have even better transit services. So that's kind of our second component we think needs to be in our complete communities. Third component, next slide. Complete stormwater infrastructure. So you all know that over time we have probably since I think the report was written in 1974, we've limited the coverage of land so that to protect from erosion. That, to me, I think goes back to the fact that we didn't have subdivision regulations and we couldn't put in stormwater systems. So in the purest sense, it was like 30% is the max we can do. We've gone higher than that in some town centers, but what we're really trying to do is, if you look at the total maximum daily load science that was done, fine sediment particles 72% come from urban areas. So what we want to do is eliminate that fine sediment, those particles from going from urban areas, from streets and urban areas, into the lake. So the way to do that is, if we're going to have higher densities, and things we talked about to get to affordable housing, and if we're going to have more sidewalks, and things like that, we need to start talking about a different way to look at dealing with stormwater. Next slide. We're not the only ones who thought about this. In fact, you go look at like EPA's websites. Prior to probably 5 years ago, what you heard about was streets with curbs and gutters going to storm drains and then going to filtration basins. Well, now, and it's been happening longer than the last 5 years, but now everybody talks about green infrastructure, green stormwater infrastructure. What that includes are these other components like dry wells, planters that can infiltrate the water and grow a nice vegetation for landscaping along your streets and so forth. So this is the kind of infrastructure we think we need, combined with changing the housing and changes in the transportation system. Next slide. Again, some areas where this could be. We've already got some area-wide treatment facilities in town centers. And we've got information from the TMDL that the local governments do under their NPDES permits and reviews, and where the loadings are coming from. Next slide. So if we put all this together, we want to incentivize the housing with get more and smaller units per parcel, and limit parking. We want to get the mix of land uses with pedestrian infrastructure, parking management. We want to have green stormwater infrastructure. We think we need to create what we call complete communities that have those components in the town centers. So that's kind of the first focus area for where we think we ought to be working next year. Next slide. So I want to move to visitation. Yes, Brenda.
So before you move to visitation, on complete communities, I think of complete communities also including the open space and park element, which I know you don't do, it's done by others. But when we talk about a vision for communities, I just think it's important to acknowledge that element that has to be part of community health. So I don't know, if that's appropriate to put into this type of document, but it just seems that it's a component, a critical component that's missing to all of this, because you can have all these things, but if you don't do your mixed use so that there's access to open space or kind of refuge, you're not really getting the complete community.
Right.
Just wanted to.
That's a good point.
Can I add to that, Esther?
Please.
The access to open space too, thank you. Make sure when we break that you come up and take a look at some of these maps, because this map is a handful of the big restoration projects under the EIP, and that ties in with the complete communities, as well as, just a number of partners that are working on getting rid of parks, deserts. Like we have parks, deserts in our community, which is 90% public land, but we do. And so I think it's a really important point that there's some overlap, but appreciate the comment.
Yeah, and I don't think we're contemplating wholesale change of all the communities that are in the basin. I think what we're, at least we talked preliminarily about the government people events, giving some input is creating some places this can happen in each town. We're looking into the whole town. It's just the scale of redevelopment that happens in the basin. So moving to visitation, we kind of looked at visitation. Again, 3 components I want to talk about. Next slide. The actual sites themselves. We see there are really 2 things we need to do. And one is to protect the environment at these sites. Some of these places that we have a ton of visitors go to are very sensitive, so we need to make sure, working with our partners, we do that. But we also need to make sure that it's a quality experience for the visitor. So some of the things we think, well, first of all, we'll back up. What we're talking about here is outside of communities, focusing on visitation outside of communities, the places that we saw on those maps, the visitation that aren't in communities. So we think we need to partner to protect and manage those areas. We need to integrate those with the transportation system and address some public safety issues at the same time. Next slide. So the transportation system, there are some things, and I think I talked about some of these, but you can we're starting to get to the point where we can do real-time congestion monitoring, real-time parking capacity. If you've seen, for example, when you come over to Square Summit, there's a sign that says parking lot full and the lights flashing. If you can imagine that for all facilities all at once, like on one app. People could go, oh, I was going to go to Zephyr Cove, but it's full, so maybe I can go down to the plains. Reservation systems are something that I've seen used in public and private transit. And we'll talk a little bit more about intelligent transportation system, but I'll leave it with that next slide. And then the third part, public services and safety. You guys talked about this yesterday, wanting to have some community forums or information or whatever on evacuation. I mentioned CAT's already started talking with the public safety providers. From their perspective, they have a system. Some of them will say it could be better, but the issue is, and that's not our role so much, but the issue is getting the word out, and maybe there are some coordination and communication things that we can do. But that begs the question on broadband, which we need for the intelligent transportation system. So not only can you use that for day-to-day operations to move people to do some real demand management and redirection of traffic, but you also can use that for public safety. So what we call it in the transportation planning field is the intelligent transportation system. There's a component of our regional transportation plan that is the ITS strategy. And so we want to look at that, especially given the new technologies that I was talking about.
And I would add cell phone infrastructure, because broadband in England, for example, I've been looking into investments, but it's pretty good. It's the cell phone infrastructure that we are working on as a county. So I think we need to add that as well.
Yeah, and when I say broadband, I may not be using the term correct, but to me it's fiber, it's cell, it's satellites, it's all of that.
So that, for me, brings up kind of a delicate subject. I think most of you received a copy of a study by Erica Rosenberg, a former member of the FCC, regarding the implications of electromagnetic radiation as a result of the proliferation of cell towers, and both at the large scale and small scale. And so it's kind of a delicate balancing act between, wanting to address public safety issues, but also being aware of the fact that there's a lot of information coming online from a variety of studies indicating that there are some public health issues associated with the proliferation of cell towers. So.
Yes, and if you take our recommendation to get into this, that's the tree we will need to climb.
A monopine.
A monopine will need to climb.
John, about how much of your presentation do you have?
I'm on about 10 slides.
Excellent. We've got about 10 minutes, something like that?
Great.
So there's opportunity all afternoon to clarify on all of these topics. So here we go.
So next slide. I really have about 6 slides.
Excellent.
Well, but it's not quite as bright. You see this beautiful Venn diagram. But anyway, maybe you guys can see it.
We have the PowerPoint, so you
Oh,
can see it
good,
there.
good.
That's right.
Well, so again, back to visitation, within the recreation sites, the transportation system, and public services and safety. We think the way we should address that is through some of the elements of our plan that are required by the compact and the RTP. So that's our second VO recommended priority. Complete communities and visitation plan. Next slide. So the third one, R&R. Let's see the sticks. It's not rest and relaxation. Anyway, so we've already talked about all of the things we're doing in the EIP. If you aren't familiar with it, we have a series of really action plans that the partnership, it's not clear, and make it clear, we are doing a lot of collaborative planning that's not, this has to be adopted in the TRPA regional plan after the EIS and some code regulations. These are more, let's all the partners get together and say what strategically we need to do, what's our action plan. So we have those for climate. I mentioned the climate resiliency strategy, forest action plan, the EIS action plan, the public safety, and others. The point is, we need to increase the pace and scale of those projects in EIP. That was a separate initiative. At the same time, climate resiliency was, we talked about things like biomass, the climate smart code amendment package that you all have seen that we're working on with some UC Data students, and the infrastructure resiliency projects. I don't know if you all know, but with the heavy snow, some of the utilities have trouble managing their systems. So there's talk about, Linda could tell you more about it, but some people need to dump some things they shouldn't dump in lower snow time. So if we get flooding, all those kind of things. So this is our third. This is why I'm going to go quicker because I have one slide on this. So this is our third recommendation on areas to work on. Next slide. So The one that I didn't, so I mentioned, complete communities, we think that can get absorbed into the Tahoe Living Initiative. Visitation can get absorbed into Keeping Tahoe Moving Transportation Initiative. Combining EIP and climate resiliency to RR. And then this one really doesn't go by measuring what matters. We're still needing to update a lot of our thresholds. And as we do these things, we're going to have new measures that we think we need, and new measures that, some old measures that probably go away. So these are the 4 things that we think we can handle. Obviously, there's details that you all want to add to this, but we're recommending these 4 Tahoe Living, Tahoe Moving, IR, and measuring what matters as the focus for our strategic plan. And if you all agree with those, the discussion about that after lunch, that's what we would come back to you with in the annual work plan and budget. But I want to make sure that you realize, it's one ready on my 3rd part, that this isn't all we're doing. So let me jump to the next slide. So I've got 4 maps up here, same 4 maps that I'm going to show you, and just tell you a little bit about some of the ongoing things, is what I will call them, that we have to do, regardless of what our strategic initiatives are. So let me start with the area plans, and I would invite the local governments, who may know better than I do, but we'll start with Washoe County. We have a series of amendments coming next month. For those who don't know, Washoe County has got a housing initiative working with the Tahoe Prosperity Center. Don't know if they're going to have some amendments coming this next year as a result of that, but you know.
Yes, it's going to the board in June, and we're doing public outreach in May. So, and then it will go to the governing board after that, obviously.
So, some Washoe stuff. Lasser has a series of amendments that have been to RPIC and went to the planning commission, your planning commission, and we asked for some more work on that. So there was hearings, I think, well, not hearings, but public meetings this month, right?
I think so.
So you think so?
I was realizing I don't know what I'm doing as much as Alexis does. So. No,
Well,
when you're chair, you know more.
There's a lot of significant plan amendments that your staff are working on, Placer County we're working with. And just so you know, Placer County housing, their work on housing was featured at the National Planning Conference. You guys did a session on that in Philadelphia. So we don't always talk about local government partners are doing, you guys are doing some good stuff there. El Dorado County, what Brendan tells me, so I hope you know this. He tells me.
As long as Brendan knows it, it doesn't matter if I know.
Okay.
Right, exactly.
Okay, we have a community meeting with the Fallen Leaf area.
Yeah.
People, they're pushing for an area plan. Brendan said maybe it makes more sense to do an area plan for the rest of Colorado County and the basin. Don't know, but either way, that's a significant effort. South Lake Tahoe, you have 2 area plans that have amendments that are in process.
Yep.
There's a commitment to do a 3rd one. I think it's the Tahoe Beach area.
Yep.
So there's those 3. And then Douglas, what we've heard from the new principal planner there, ABC, that, they have a plan for the tourist core area. They've had a draft plan for the part that's the rest of the county. It's not made it to us several times, and we feel that it's going to be making it to us. So their whole area would be covered by area plan. So that's area planning. Corridor plans, we aren't the ones doing all of these, but there is a lot of participation from us in the ones we aren't doing. So, Michelle, if I get this myself, but SR89 recreation is trail planning that continues, looking at funding for dynamic paid parking and to fund transit. Oh, sorry. Next slide, Tracy. Can't read my mind yet. For the 8928 corridor, that's basically the Placer County's Resort Triangle, a lot of implementation work going on there, working on parking management and pedestrian crossings. Nevada State Route 28 implementation, paid parking pilots, planning for future mobility on its winter. US 50 South Shore, you guys haven't had any public comment. So, there's Nevada project improvements, roundabout. I think yesterday, Michelle and Nick talked about it's 50 projects on the Nevada side, the roundabout, complete streets along where Edgewood is from Kilo Drive, so some work there. And then Myers Y corridor, there's roadway improvements, roundabouts, and some bike bed, complete street work. So there's a lot of projects and planning going on in the corridors. Next slide.
John?
Yes.
I have a quick question for you. So we've heard about the concerns that people have on the East Shore about putting Highway 28 on a road diet, not 28, 50, Highway 50 on a road diet. And that has implications, obviously, for fire evacuation. So how are we going to kind of integrate the two into a single conversation? Because obviously there's some overlap with respect to public safety.
The simple answer is that should be part of the process. Is recorded on. Michelle, did you want to say anything more?
No.
Okay, good. Now, I'm trying not to get into any one of these because then Karen would be kicking me. Anyway, so next, okay, good. These are, I asked for half a dozen of these when you said, well, I got top 25. He said, oh, I didn't know you had 25. We've actually got even more of that, but I just want to highlight a few. Waldorf Astoria, obviously, you guys, that's done, but Calneva, we don't know, the people that did the revitalization of Denver Union Station just bought Calneva. They've been talking to us about renovation, redevelopment plans there. Kings Beach Center, as soon as the area plan amendments we talked about, they're going to go. The Kings Beach Center will be coming in, it's mixed use, including a hotel. And all of that infrastructure with the roundabouts and everything we all put in years ago.
And workforce housing. Workforce housing.
Yes, and workforce housing. I'm channeling Cindy here. We want that infrastructure to be used by this new development. What worked small, they have been talking with us about totally taking all of that down and putting in a newer project with a hotel and mixed use, and of course, better environmental standards will be met. Homewood, I don't think you guys have heard about that one either. So, anyway, they that's coming, obviously. Barton Hospital, you know about the former Lakeside Casino site, and that's been raised almost, still the foundation up there. They've been talking to us about the hotel, new hospital there. And then the Hyatt Regency, down here, they have come in for a demo permit, but they put it off to take down the one Eagle Grove and chateaus right there. They have some plans for the waterfront, and then I don't know if they have plans for the bigger hotel, but so that's coming. Those are just a few of the projects. And then my next slide. I'm not even gonna try to describe all these, and there's way more, but the point is, Kat and her group have a ton of environmental improvement projects, and this group have some transportation improvement projects, so you're gonna see a lot of those. So between those, the private development projects, the corridor plans, and the area plans, not to mention the AIS, and permitting shoreline plans and so forth, ensuring research and analysis, updating the thresholds, evaluation, et cetera. We're pretty busy. So, just want to let you know, and that means you're going to be busy. And so this is where we would say, okay, Kim, how are we going to manage the meetings better? But we decided that is the next retreat. Anyway, so that's kind of, Caitlin, did I finish on time? So next slide. I don't know if you want to break 5 minutes early for lunch, but afterwards, like Caitlin said, we'll discuss this and see what we missed, and then not much to do. I'll come back to you. Yes, you may, you're the facilitator.
Thanks to Hester. We're happy to take comments and questions now with a little bit just before we go to lunch, but really the whole afternoon is actually designed to do that very thing. If it isn't already clear, what you've just seen is a draft presentation of, which is an outline of an annual work plan and priorities. This is a retreat, so it's about ideas and exchanging ideas. It is not about decision making, right? But I heard directly from you in the prep for this meeting that you wanted the opportunity to talk about specific projects and dig in on them a little bit. Elevate your own priorities and the things that you want to see and that you want the board and the organization to focus on. Heard explicitly that last year it was nice to have small group conversations with board members so that you know each other better, but if it's only like a group of 3, then you're only going to talk to 2 other people. And so I was asked to try to create an exercise and a series of discussions that allow you to talk to more folks. So I'm going to give instructions twice, just because I'm going to need once now and once when we come back from lunch, just because we need your help in these discussions, and I'll reveal all my cards and reasoning as to why we structured it this way. We'll go to lunch. Got some good food for you. After you've gotten a couple of bites, Kim, what do we need to know about the tour of the Science Center?
Maybe we'll meet in front of the boat.
Well, there's a simulated boat out here, and we'll meet in front of that. We might take a picture there, just so you know.
12:30.
12:30, we'll meet there at the 1/4 of the Jean McConney. That's over there. Did I get the name right?
Yes.
When we get back, here's the exercise. I'll do it with more detail when we get back, but I wanted to preview and just show off the reasoning. What we're gonna do is we're gonna set up 4 stations. Based on the initiative areas that Hester was just talking about, or strategic goal areas. Again, we're still actually working with the right language so that it's not confusing, but housing and community revitalization, transportation planning, restoration and resiliency, thresholds and monitoring. And we're gonna have these maps up in at each of the stations. We're also gonna have a staff member that knows a bunch about that area at each station. And the idea is, go where you wanna go. Go look at the project list. Ask a question of a staff member. Talk to another board member about your priorities, about your questions. We're gonna ask you to write down comments, questions, ideas of what you wanna see the board and the organization focused on in the near term. And we're gonna have you just put it right on the wall. I'll give more specific instructions there. One of the tricky things about this.
No dots? No colored dots?
I've got dots, but we're gonna have, yeah, we got all that. We got dots, we have stars, we have thought bubbles. We got more than we needed, more than, I'm gonna have to simplify, I confused myself. The opportunity there is that you get to bounce around, talk to each other, and have informal discussions. The challenge there is that we need to honor open meeting laws, and that means we're gonna have recordings there, and it also means that the following discussion where we report out from the little group huddles, that's where we're really gonna need your help. We're gonna need staff to say, here are some of the things I heard. We're gonna need you to say, these were some of the discussions I had with my counterparts and the staff. And we're gonna go up to the stars and the bubbles and the dots and the things and say, hey, look at this, what does this mean? Do you wanna say more about that? That will be the report out. That way we'll be able to capture it, that way you'll be able to hear what happened in the other discussions, and so will our observers today and those that are observing remotely. Is that okay? Does that make sense? for afternoon discussion? I think it would be great. Please.
What about ideas that aren't in one of these categories?
That is just the idea where, if you see something within a category, a project or an initiative or a topic that kind of fits within the category, but you don't see it represented there, we want that. If there's a topic, an issue, a project that doesn't fit with any category, we want it written down, and we'll find the right stickies and the dots and the links to highlight it so that afterwards we can have a discussion like, does that fit within one of these initiatives, or do we need a new initiative, or does it need to be treated separately and special, needs a special focus? So we want all those ideas, especially if you were like, I have this priority or idea and I don't see where it fits in. It's just the kind of thing we would love to hear about. Make sense? Most importantly, food first.
Can I,
Yes.
Thank you. Well, before we break for lunch, first of all, I wanted to thank Kayla McGee of Zebra Collaborative. Thank you, Kayla. Kayla has facilitated several years of our board retreats, and it's great to have him back and be together. I have to thank Maria, Tracy, Catherine, Steve, and many others for organizing all of this, for arranging all the food and all the logistics. So a little round of applause. Thank you for getting the technology going, and then as you take your lunch and walk outside, get some air, I wanted to invite you to look at the pillars that are holding up, these cement pylons outside, and try to guess some of the names. And on the end, you'll see TRPA in the cement. There are cement handprints for the dedication of this building, and I had the great pleasure to be here and to represent TRPA in John Singlob's name. He was the director at the time. And it's just a reminder for me, that we're on a continuum of a lot of people who have come before us and a lot of people who will come after us. And it's our point in time to really make the most difference. So enjoy that and try to guess some of the initials, like DF is, Diane Feinstein. So there's some good initials to look at. But thank you for your time and attention, and enjoy lunch.
Those staff members that are going to help with the stations, if we could check in up here at 12:45, just to kind of go over instructions, that would be great. Otherwise, we'll see you soon. Enjoy your lunch. and kind of two buckets or two areas of discussion. The first is, I've already mentioned, which is the like, is something missing? Do you have a priority or an idea or an area or concern you don't see it represented here? We want to capture that. I'm guessing, may or may not be the case, that there's probably only a handful of those things. And that there's also a deeper discussion that this is an opportunity, this retreat is an opportunity to talk about, well, we've been talking about this particular issue or this particular project or this particular area for some time. What are the real obstacles there? What are the real opportunities to move? In fact, if you look at your agenda, there's actually 4 guiding questions for this session. You've heard me do different versions of them already. Are there any issues, projects, or challenges you feel are a top priority but aren't clearly represented? Do any programs or projects stand out as more urgent than others? What do you see as obstacles to achieving the goals within these strategic goals? Who wrote that? Which opportunities do you see for real progress in certain categories or to advance all categories? And again, we're really interested in hearing if you see a priority that you want to elevate, but we're also really interested in those last 2 questions. What obstacles and opportunities do you see? And this exercise that we're about to do is kind of loose. It'll be, there might even be an element of chaos to it, but it doesn't matter because it's all to set up the next conversation. This is to get the ideas flowing, the juices flowing, get a couple of notes down, and then afterwards in the report out is where we're going to talk about all of it together. Here's what we can't do because we're in a retreat and we're not in a hearing. We can't be deciding, we can't be deliberating, we can't be narrowing ideas or eliminating them. So we want you to, no deliberation, we want you to talk, but without any thinking. No thinking. No thoughts whatsoever. Just kidding. But you see the line, right? This is idea generation, and for context and discussion, today is not for decision making or for narrowing. So how do we actually do this? Housing, restoration, transportation, thresholds and monitoring. And if you go over there, there are notes that look like this. There are other shaped notes and stars. I don't know what you do with these like emoticon stickies, but you could do something. There's a couple different, I don't know. If you have a new project, these bright neon orange sticky dots, probably good. They're like, take one off and post it on your note, post it around your note. Otherwise, it doesn't matter what you write it on. I had this whole scheme that was so clever that I didn't understand it by the time I created it, about different color stickies and different color questions. No, doesn't matter. Any comment, question, or idea within that topic, talk to your counterparts. We've got staff there that you can ask questions of. Staff, don't be shy. Please offer your own ideas about opportunities, barriers, obstacles, challenges. Move around to wherever you want. You can stop at several places. When it feels right, probably after about a half hour or something, we'll just stop and see where we are. Take a short break. And then the report out, we'll see what we've got. We'll ask for key themes. We'll look what's written down. Is this making sense? Yeah. John.
And where are we putting the items that don't fit on one of those 4
Thank
dimensions?
you, I missed that part.
Yeah.
If there's something that doesn't fit in these areas, why don't we just make this the board that we put it on? Right here. You see something that doesn't seem to fit with the category, write anything down, a phrase, anything, and we'll check in on those. You're welcome to highlight it any way you want. Chairs, anything you'd like to add about what you hope out of these coming sessions?
I think you captured it from what other board members.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to coming back and
really having more dialogue,
yeah.
That was the punchline and the intent behind this design, whether this design works or not. The intent was we wanted an opportunity where you get to hear each other's reasoning and what's important and what you're thinking about, because that's what these retreats are for. And that's what you don't really get to do in hearings. So, or in other places. So, here we are. Sound good? Don't be shy. Move around, talk to staff, talk to each other, talk to yourself if you want. And we will be back soon. One idea per page.
One per sheet.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, so I left my bag.
You want a Sharpie?
Sure, I can stand out. Okay, start with you.
Hey, girl, I'll go back.
I have to get back on this.
All right, here's a bunch of over here. Yes. I'll give you one.
Hi.
Exactly. Baby.
Thank you.
Sharon, I was like, do I?
Alright, do you guys have something in mind as one of the answers that you already want to write up here?
Well, I think that what I brought up in the conversation, I think wanted to be restoration lots. They have an inherent development right. All the allocations are exhausted. Although maybe it doesn't applicable because development projects are generally, well, certain redevelopment projects are eligible for bonuses. The ones that are market rate probably aren't. And so even though workforce housing is important, we need to be aware of the overall picture in terms of protecting private property rights and allowing those people without exceeding the caps.
And don't worry, she'll edit what you write.
Okay, yeah. So, I mean.
I thought that was cute before, I was like.
Is the summary that when we're thinking about ways to incentivize workforce housing, we need to be sensitive to private property rights? Is that kind of?
Well, I think we need to take that into consideration.
Yeah.
The big emphasis is on workforce housing, and I think that's right. But we also need to be aware of the fact that people have waited for years and years to build on the lots.
Yeah.
You know, and we are developing. So how do we balance the need for workforce housing and honoring the private property rights of others?
Yeah, that's how do we,
Do you want us to put our own up?
Yeah, that would be
too?
awesome.
Yeah, otherwise
That would be much better, otherwise I'll be
Yeah,
lost.
Yeah, I've got a big list.
I kind of got yours. Go ahead,
So she, I think we heard the workforce housing. Yeah, okay.
With the property rights of others.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of talking about like,
You're supposed to learn, so I think
there's a layout like.
and then this song
But like.
So I just put economic reality, because what I hear from all the developers. Right, yeah, is the economic reality of trying to do either community revitalization or housing projects. It's just that there's no financing, unless you're the state and federal credits. And as we know, most of our employees on North Shore make too much to qualify to live in the units. I was sharing with Shelley about the Middleview place. Yeah. Where Luke is bringing people from outside the area to live. Because there's vacancies that can't be addressed.
And then as you and I were talking, Cindy, about the fact that so much of this is controlled by the federal government. One year they focus on affordable senior housing, the next year they're focusing on something else. There's no long-term consistency.
And so that comes back to the local jurisdictions, and then I guess I'll put up another one. And then my other thing is right now, we are silent. During the 2012
regional plan update, I remember all the public meetings, Joanne and Julie on the roadshow, and the communities were nodding in support of everything that's on the plan. And yet on North Shore, incline, maybe now we'll see a project, Tahoe City, Kings Beach, so what isn't working? And the public has this narrative and they don't remember wide density, they don't remember this urban runoff, they don't remember, and we're not educating until they come to the board and then hot is hot, and they're not listening because it's project specific versus planning specific. So that's where I'm going to say this on everyone, we need to get out to the public and give the summary of what we just saw today, because it's compelling, especially when you say zero has been built in Tahoe City or Kings Beach. South Shore at least has seen some improvements, right?
I mean, it's a lot to I think a video is a better, something you can download on your phone.
Well, because St. Nicholas has the video out, and she tells everybody there's, 400 million reasons not to do something instead of let's help them solve this. And I've asked her, and how to, well, this is too much. What else? Right. Oh, yeah, and the mobility hub meeting the other night, and two other realtors were there, they were yelling at me, and I'm like, you have private property rights, we should understand, we have to work with wise maps.
I just wrote video. So here you're saying the economic reality of doing
either one.
And community revitalization, that's not luxury development, basically, like mixed use, all of that is not economically feasible.
Right, it still isn't, and there's nobody lending on hotels. If you talk to Vincent, it is really hard to get financing for a hotel right now. ECAN does not have the financing in place. We approved it, but will it get done?
Is there still a top channel?
I think so, at least.
Could we get the video on that channel, for example, in addition to making it available as a download
and a Facebook post? Like, next door has been flooded.
So to build affordable housing, you have to be within, is this still a requirement? This is a question for you. You have to be within a quarter of a mile of a bus stop?
To get our incentives.
Yes.
A half mile of a town center or a transit.
So in our town, that's a barrier.
Totally.
So, I mean, I think we should be realistic about what.
Yeah.
Because I know we tried building affordable housing, my husband and I did. And the whole reason why we couldn't do it was because of the bus stop. Well, we don't have transit on the South Shore.
Well,
we
wouldn't either input $4 million a year to a town that is a third of the size of yours.
We're gonna start doing it.
That's general fund.
We're gonna start doing it.
No, I know, but I'm just telling you, we wouldn't have it either if we relied on the state and federal funding.
But right now, that is a problem.
Yeah.
Isn't that where adaptive management comes in? We're not making progress in affordable objectives.
Right, why? What's
manage?
I mean, this question to me is a bit of the catch-22 of we can't put in housing until we have transit, but we can't put in transit until we have people to use it. And I think that's a struggle that we face in all of these projects.
Well, with micromass transit, if you can expand that network, then you've got first mile, last mile, whatever you want to call it, that should count for incentives for housing.
Well,
if the jurisdiction is funding micromass transit.
It's funny that you bring that up, right? Because like in the area where we wanted to build the affordable housing, that it's in that state line to El Tahoe area. So because we have free shuttle service, anybody would qualify for that, right?
Yeah, in the city.
Yeah, in the city, yes.
Yeah.
You know who uses our micromass transit?
Really?
Same in South Shore.
Yeah, because
And they often
they
cancel
go,
at the last minute.
well, but they also go to the grocery store. I mean, they don't have cars when they work at a ski area or work at Sunnyside, our J1s. So they're the ones staffing our restaurants, Sunnyside Restaurant, for instance, Jake's, Garwood's, a lot of J1s. They use
Are you
micromass.
saying in the county, like maybe we shouldn't have the same requirements for being close to transit just because the situation in the county is really different, or are you saying we still need transit in order to have?
Yeah, I'm saying, I don't think one should be linked to the other. I think it's prohibitive. Who cares? I know, but it could be a bike. No, we didn't say anything about our bike trail being within a half a mile. Right? Everyone in Tahoe, the bike trails are just packed with hikers, scooters, bikes, electric bikes. Right. Right. You know, I thought it was funny even just today, you know, they gave everyone lunch. It's like, all the Tahoe people immediately go outside and see. We just not think like that. So, yeah, I was frustrated that we were trying to do something good and that made it prohibitive. And then so we sold it. We sold the lot, and they built, you know, monster.
Right. Yeah. So should bring that.
On that note, what about this, the idea of, you know, disincentivizing the development to fill a niche? So higher permit, higher fees, relatively fees for an RUU for a monster home versus an affordable, higher air quality mitigation fees, mobility mitigation fees.
I don't know if legally, if you can do that, right? You can incentivize someone to do what you want, but I don't know that you can decentivize.
So that's the question, is there some barrier to having a progressive fee structure such that you're paying more for a 10,000 square foot monstrosity versus an ADU?
It's such an unfair system because you can buy your lot and you can only build it out 30% according to TRPA rules. But you can retire a lot over here, transfer all the development off of it, and all of a sudden now you can build bigger on this lot. The system, it only, it really caters to people who have money.
Is there any assessment of retirement lot contributing to water quality, to habitat? Like basically, they don't want a neighborhood. We want a lot that's going to provide some additional benefits and it'll just be a lot.
Kind of. Yeah. It's one they're aware of, and they're trying, but they have some problems too in that they have to get their list of lots that they're gonna do 2 years from now, because it has to go through a review process. If you're gonna do something on the lot other than break it, if you're gonna go in with a chainsaw or anything, you have to go through this whole other permit process. It's cumbersome.
Are you saying, is there like an analysis to check and see whether when somebody retires a lot, it resorts to water quality?
Right, or any kind of use. I mean, is it provide recreational access? Is there maybe the opportunity to put a trail through? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's an idea of CTC.
One thing I want to just mention to you that happens in the basin occasionally, and I'll give you a great example. Safeway rebuilt on the same lot. The building literally moved from being here to being here. And one of the requirements that TRPA required Safeway to do coverage was to retire.
So this is what you and I have talked about, that was going to be, you know what that is, so all these various fees, that should be a progressive scale, higher for monster home closure condos.
Planted grass.
It's my troika, we don't want.
Right?
This is
now you go and look at that lot, there are townhouses on every single. So even though they retired it, someone else can buy
enable mixed-use projects within affordable housing, develop with maximum density, affordable by right, California commercial loans at 2011. These are mostly California legislation streamlining.
We see that happening a lot, it's just like a shell game. Yeah, that's a good one, that's a good one.
Sort of more automatic.
Yeah, I mean, all these things are kind of by right. And so we do this in exchange for tightening down here. Like this would you a link with this.
So
It's like
is
you're-
this more about doing things by right, or is this more about syncing up with California?
But those California things are by right.
Right, but
Yeah.
I'm just saying, is the point that you're getting at the by right part?
Yeah.
Is the point that they allow more density?
And allow more density bonuses, they allow both, yeah.
Yeah.
But, yeah. It's all in the category of allowing more affordable housing with fewer obstructions.
Yeah.
But at the same time, trading off somewhere else, we can't do everything, just more and more and more, right? So we're gonna do less of it.
Yeah, okay.
So have to get less to need.
So they can't be recycled.
Okay, I think they are.
Safeway changed their footprint and they had to import covers, they retired the coverage.
Yeah.
Those lots were subsequently sold and developed. Then they transferred.
Oh, so like they transferred it in from another.
The question is whether or not we can derestrict those lots once they're retired. Because I think most people retire, derestricted, right? Can't be developed.
And maybe that's where the slide might be come in and say, you restrict it if it's critical to provide some additional environmental, so, quality habitat, because maybe, there's a rationale for what would be a flip if in fact the best use would be for housing.
Right.
The retirement. I always, keeping your options open might be good.
Yeah.
Unless you could restrict it, unless like it's really gonna be able to serve a broader purpose.
Yeah, I mean, you might want to check with John Marshall's strategy, restrict lots when you retire them, that was my understanding, it's possible we could do de-restriction if all of this are, everybody agrees, the different parties, so maybe there was a situation where we could change it, but the point is, you're saying, it sounds like you're saying, if we felt like this area needed to be restored and we retired, we need to make sure we have a de-restriction on there, but you are saying that in some circumstances we would want.
For those properties where it makes sense, so as an example, it's critical in a trail system, or it's, really critically important to a water quality project. So that those, I don't think you should ever be able to undo, yeah. I mean, if you can undo them, so John, next question for you. Are all retired lots
Well, by definition, yes. So that's, to retire a lot, you need to take it. So, but I'm not certain that gets to the answer.
So it wasn't. First time I met her, right. Keep your experience. She said that
Wow, these are long ones.
Yes, and my writing is, I'm not the best.
No, it's fine, the transportation one, it's like one word.
Do you want me to read any of these to summarize it?
No, I think I got it.
Like we were talking yesterday, you restricted a lot, then you wanted to use that one, so if you restricted another one, you get free up all the
That's not what they can do with that, right, you're right.
We have another question.
Four lots with grandfather coverage.
We were having a conversation about the legal issues related to higher fees, whether it's for RUU, air quality mitigation fee, like the mobility mitigation fees for luxury condos, monster home, vacation rentals, large developments that are not affordable housing or cheaper housing. All of them are trying to incentivize on one hand. Can we disincentivize the other when we're doing that higher fee?
I think the way to think about it and hopefully talk about it is not so much fee as in we need to look and see we're at our strongest when we're getting this channel, not so we're charging mitigation as opposed to we need to collect money
to redistribute like 10 line tags to another purpose. So,
more like it's a disincentive against what you don't want. So it's, all the incentives point you towards redevelopment of affordable housing town centers and against luxury condos.
let's say, I think the way to think about it is, let's say we needed to do a single family, 5,000 square foot home, you need 3 yards.
Because of the impact, because it has a greater impact.
So that could be a way of, I think, working within our systems, and we need to think a little more about it. Something like that. So, but there you go, rather than saying you need to pay 40,000 probably.
I don't think that, for a certain group of people, financial disincentives don't work. They can still pay. They want that, but the RUUs are harder to get. That's something you have to acquire.
There's a limited
Panel
pool left.
Right.
Like, as a process. But just charging them more money doesn't result in much.
Well, that's why we should, building modest homes should be something we want, as a family, so that's something.
Yeah,
That's why we wanted to stop them from being used
so you're
up.
talking about 2 things. One is the fiscal disincentive, which doesn't work above a certain, wealth value.
Yeah.
I have the money to pay to find.
Right.
But I get caught.
The other way to think about it, though, it's not so much a disincentive, but an allocation of resources. So if you were to say, we only have so much resource, 3,520 something, they're only going to go to affordable housing.
Boom, that's what I want to put. We can make them all bonus.
Yes, you could just basically say the remaining development capacity left in the basin only goes for certain players.
Maybe it's affordable by design, like a certain square footage.
Or you provide, or they can transfer.
My property's really weird shape, and the guy when I bought it, he's like that.
So that doesn't.
Showing me the plans, he's like, that's this, like, your
Transfer
yard is right there.
Rather than
And so,
an allocation.
so the CTC guy
Increases the cost of
they're all totally dead.
That's also going to increase the cost, the purchase price of single family homes. You can't build it at market rate.
Affordable by design is what we would put in this category, 3-2, right? I think I'm saying the same thing, so like 2,000 or whatever it ends up being.
Yeah, or you could say, you could make a break point, like, it can only be less than a certain size.
At this point, say, if you have a high,
Good for a debate.
Yeah, the same, that's kind of, what we're looking at for affordable housing for increasing that, or decreasing that.
So you say have a trade-off.
But I think the key point is, how do you want to, do you want to just provide incentives, or do you want to make things more costly or unavailable for the things you don't own? So that, and then you need to figure out systems to accomplish those things that are legal.
I think it's.
That's not like what you said, spending development capacity, slash that. That's not okay, so that's, I want to start that. So maybe that relates to fees, but in this case, you would just not have fees for things you don't want to allow. So you wouldn't have any development rights to it.
All you're developing is a single family home, you can't transfer it. How about, go ahead.
Wait, when Shelley suggested that, what if you say for a single family home that you only allow 3% coverage or something like that? Like, would we be able to just do that, or would we have to tie that to like what was the
We have to tie all this stuff to some, some level of impact but the reason why TRPA we are talking about this is because it has impacts beyond just, social objective of providing an affordable place for people to live. That may not be TRPA's charge. TRPA's charge is reduce travel. Part of the answer is to locate people close to if all we're basing it on
What's your ability?
trying to distinguish between TRPA, city government, county government, that have those additional objectives. So our compact kind of limits us to regulations concerning but those things can touch on social step back from that, that's a mechanism to accomplish an objective. The objective is to disincentivize or incentivize a combo of both certain location of housing, certain size of but then you need to start thinking about market effects associated with limiting the price of market availability. All of a sudden, your market values of those homes are going to go up than existing stock. And is that all of a sudden are you having the effect of increasing the price moderately in the homes? But if the average home is
Folks, please keep going. These are great discussions. Maybe in about 10 minutes I'll wrap it up. Feel free to shift or just keep going where you are.
Every night.
Sense of lots, but we have a lot of lots, SEZ lots that have grandfather coverage on them. So we have lots of programs to incentivize the removal of coverage, grandfather coverage on sensitive lots. So that's part why we allow the transfers to other places where we use the higher lots. Right, but I would encourage us to think about what are we trying to get at when we're making these policies, and then you can brainstorm what are the different ways of accomplishing that objective. I'm not trying to craft what your objectives
modifying the way to get to that.
Right. It's basically, you're saying we don't need more big homes.
We don't need luxury company. Things that we don't need that people might want, but the policy should be to maximize the set of what we need. affordable housing, that's all our things are about more height density and coverage, so that was, so what's the trade-off of that, just putting it back in the market? Like, can we have everything, we get more and more and more, can we have a trade-off?
But Karen and I have had several discussions about this over the last couple of years, is how do you frame a disincentive? Most of incentives, we're trying to get to a place where it's, the market makes it, makes sense building those particular transportation. That's and then move markets in that direction. No, so you also need some sort of, I'm gonna use the word disincentive, also limitation. So.
Well, here, right?
How do you push something that's actually
My understanding is that most places South by Tahoe,
If you rent every
Yeah, if we don't allow them in residential. How about TAUs for VHRs? That would be a
it may not be because right now you can convert different models. You can conversion rate between residential and tourist accommodation is 1 to 1. So if I've got a house, converted to a TAU, that means you shouldn't be using the residential house. Right now we have tourist or residential units being used like most summertime or a lot of the time tourist accommodation. And you have a tough time figuring out where that line is between residential use. You can say it easily, 30 days. I got another idea.
Okay, they can remind
So we were talking about, as you mentioned, and all these trees that they're brought down to process, down here, turned into CLT,
Yes.
Where's your the circularness of that is so
some issues
trying to incentivize these buildings CLT would be
trees that were taken down for forest management to our.
And then they get turned into CLT, used to build affordable housing.
That might go.
That's like, I mean, if it was a fur puppy, that's the only way it could be better.
Exactly. Man, they're really good ones up here. I just don't know as much about how, I mean, I just look to the experts on the housing side, do you know what I mean? But I'm excited.
Well, that's what we have to kind of explore, right?
A lot of these guys.
You may also want to think about the number of limiting or number of conversions per year.
Full expansion for 1 second. There are some good conversations. If you're in the middle of one, don't stop, even though I just interrupted you. But why don't we start report outs at 10 minutes to, which is about 7 minutes from now. So take a break if you're done. People are already doing that.
Right.
We can wrap up the conversations. Staff and facilitators from different areas start thinking about key themes.
All the requirements.
We'll start report out at 10
Right.
minutes to.
It's twice as expensive.
Exactly.
So-
And that's what the guys at Waldorf were talking to me about. Is they're like, there's gotta be a way that we can work together where you don't put all the restrictions, you know, and so maybe what you're talking about is how we get there.
Well, yeah, because what we could give them is increase density, height, coverage, retreat the stormwater on site to where it's economical for them just to
That's
build
the
it.
thing, and that's what he was saying, it's like, just make it easier for us to build it, and we'll do it. He's like, we wanna do it, and more of it.
Yeah, and I think also we should add, we've been talking about town centers.
Yeah.
But we should say, like, Heavenly's parking lots.
Yeah.
Should just have housing above there. Like, you know, they should have, you can still park under it. Like, if you're a J whatever worker, working for the winter.
They should live there.
They should live there, and they don't have cars, so people can still park, you know, ski people or other places. Like, your payments already covered.
Yeah.
Let's take everything covered and put everything on it.
Yeah.
And then uncover things.
Because Brooke was writing, she's like, why is it so town-centered focused? She's like, we don't have that opportunity in El Dorado County. So she's like, because she wrote, where did she write it?
I just moved it to right here.
Yeah, in El Dorado County, very little land near transit for affordable housing. So she wrote or did you write that?
Which one?
There was another one also that talked about don't do it in the town center.
Oh, I didn't say that.
That's this one right here. And oh, maybe I did write another one. Don't always like transit with affordable housing.
Wait, no, there's a town center anyway.
Don't always put housing. Well,
it's like just saying, like in El Dorado County, it's like we're so far from getting transit. It doesn't make sense to like ban affordable housing until we get transit.
The buses don't go from South Lake around the South Shore to like Valhalla and all that?
Well, sometimes, but they don't go out to the
No, exactly, but big dreams. I mean, TTD, the problem is we don't have the money, so we're doing what we can with the money we have. But we do service El Dorado County, it's just not as frequent as it should be.
Well, I mean, like Myers is kind of a little town center, even though there's no transit there. Like, that would help support it.
Right.
You know, it's I always tell people when I was looking at, you know, when I applied for this position, I read everything, I looked at everything. And I looked at the density map of Tahoe, and like, the transit will never work. Like, you know, there's no way it'll work without huge subsidies. But if you can start getting some nodes, then it works. Because, like right now, even the buses going to ski areas, like, where do you pick up from? Just along the highway? Like, who's going to march down there with a couple of kids and all that? And, you know, it's hard.
That's why the microtransit's been
So I was talking to them on the transit side about doing, like, to scale that up. I don't know the economics or how to study, but seeing if you can incentivize Lyft and Uber, everyone to do the carpool. Have you done that? You know, you check it off and like, you stop and pick up other people.
Random people.
But it's like cheap, and then all of a sudden there's one driver and 4 people in the car. It's a little more high end because you have to pay for it, I guess.
But it's less expensive than your own.
Yeah.
I'll choose it if I have more time and I'm in an area where I'm like, you know, I've got the time. I'm like, okay, yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah. So my thought is we might be able to scale up micro transit faster and maybe more economically to incentivize people who are using their private cars and already charging, and people are used to the tax, and tourists, especially if you're coming from Sacramento, San Francisco, you know, you're probably used to using Uber to go places. So they're paying, and we don't have to pay for it. You know, maybe subsidize it a bit so that the drivers, you know, are there, enough drivers. But I don't know if that would work.
No, I like that.
But, because, John, you're going fast and furious. I'm the only non-standard answer. It's not surprising. You said you had lots of things that.
Here they are all here.
Oh my gosh, okay.
Folks, should we pivot towards report out and discussion?
5 minutes.
Okay. Good time to stretch, take care of yourself, doesn't matter where you sit for this part of the, next part of the discussion.
So yeah, ACS.
I'm gonna be taking notes. If any staff wanna back me up a little bit with some key themes, taking notes, that would suck.
And now they're there.
Now that you're using it, you have the same number of but the traffic of casinos is down.
I just had all that, I'll look them up. I wanted the communication plan, you put that up anywhere. Basic communication infrastructure plan.
So I'd like to propose a format for this next session.
I don't know how this works.
Communication infrastructure.
I stopped it, but.
Kim and Kat, do you need a couple more minutes over there? Don't be sorry, I'm not gonna ask. I hate to stop the conversation.
All right.
Here's my proposal for the next session. Thank you, sir. Perfect.
Those are on the climate. Is there
Here's my
like-
proposal. I think we can jump right in without a break, right? Okay. Please take care of yourselves throughout the course of this conversation. If you need a break, go take care of yourself. If then we left extra time for this discussion, which is great, that's just what we want to do. If we need a full break, let's figure that out along the way. Otherwise, let's start with an area, don't be afraid to bounce around. The idea is that maybe the staff person that was at the station can help identify a couple of key themes, then please fill in, whether you were there or not. Add a comment, add a question. And again, the goal of this is new stuff you didn't see, obstacles, strategies for overcoming those obstacles, ideas for how we really break ground. We're not deciding today, we're just collecting ideas. And I don't know if the order matters. Let's see, maybe save transportation for last because there isn't really anything to talk about there.
Seriously, because it's foundation.
Why not start with housing, huh?
Sure.
Do you want to talk about key themes that you observed?
Yes. Thank you. So one key theme that I observed was John Friedrich producing reams of suggestions that are basically that unpublished manuscript that Shelley was looking for. So I see John like distributing them around the room right now. Good job. So there was a few themes here, and I'll definitely let other people chime in because we have a lot of details under each of these themes. But one big theme that we heard about, John mentioned this a little bit in some of the discussion earlier, was that we do a lot in housing. We spend a lot of time trying to incentivize the types of housing that we want, smaller workforce units and affordable units. But what about, we see a lot of development that maybe isn't as much, what we're looking for, like monster homes. And should there be some way to, I'm gonna say, should we be taking another look at how we analyze the impacts of those homes? Maybe we're not fully capturing them because they seem to be having an easy time getting approved, whereas other things don't. So there were a lot of comments about ways to do that, like maybe we shouldn't allow transfers of coverage for homes over a certain size, maybe we should require more development rights, or maybe we should just flat out say you can't do certain types of development. So those are kind of all under this theme here, sort of taking another look at how we analyze impacts. We had some comments about making it easier to just permit certain things and kind of following the state of California's lead they allow what by right permitting, we don't use that term, but they use that for like converting commercial to residential development in certain places, for transitional housing, maybe for accessory dwelling units. Maybe we need to be looking at more of that. And then we also got some interesting comments about maybe, we have a lot of focus on incentivizing affordable housing close to transit and close to town centers, but maybe there are some places where it's still appropriate to encourage affordable housing, even if it's not right next to a town center. So for instance, the Heavenly parking lot, that's not in the town center, but there's a lot of employees going there. Maybe we should be incentivizing affordable housing near there or above the parking lot. In Myers, there is not transit out there yet. There aren't transit supported densities. Should we really be like not allowing any incentives for affordable housing out in Myers just because they don't have transit yet? How do we address their need for affordable housing? Maybe people can bike or walk or work from home, or maybe it's okay for some of them to have a car and still have affordable housing. And we need our own video for communication. So there was like a little bit of discourse about, taking the public, I'm sure this is in Cindy brought this up in other areas too, but taking the public dialogue, kind of promoting ourselves a little bit more, doing education. And then we had one about converting trees from forest management to cross-laminated timber at the mill and on the Carson Valley side for affordable housing. So there's a few more things, but I'll let others chime in on that.
Good job, Karen.
Wow. Nice
Good
subject.
job, Karen.
Thank you. Other folks who were or were not a part of those discussions, would you like to add anything? Ask a question. Please.
I was part, but,
In addition to housing, though, on community revitalization for the Kings Beach and Tahoe City Town Centers, potentially other areas, we need to figure out financing. What is it going to take to help these projects happen? And so that was separate, but it also relates to housing, because we're finding the state and federal tax credit financing won't work. Our people make too much money to qualify for those housing standards. So we're having to come up with local money to incentivize the developers rather than depend on state and federal money. So financing is a big part of why we're not seeing projects get done, from my understanding. So now we're going to hand it to Vince so he can answer that for us. How do we do that?
no, you should say what you were saying. The incentives.
Share the answer, Vince.
And how you don't need public finance.
Oh, yeah.
Do the right incentives.
Well, the good thing is, the nice thing that Karen and John and Alyssa did in working with Cascadia was figuring out, as John mentioned, what we would have to give the private market to be able to do this without any subsidies for the achievable level of affordability, not heavily affordable, which requires a subsidy. But what they found was by giving up some height, some density, some coverage, we could require them to build all achievable housing and manage their stormwater on site. And they should be able to do that and make a profit that would entice the private market to get in and redevelop some of these sites. And that's pretty incredible, I would say. I mean, I told these guys, I read it and then I got on the plane and right in the middle of my flight, I realized they were talking about not like 10% of the housing was achievable, but 100%. And that's unheard of. Like, I've never seen any thing be able to do that. And it's partially because our development requirements right now are so restricted, we push the land price down. Like there's almost no competition. That's why nothing's getting built in the basin. So the land price is so much lower than in a normal economy that we can require a lot more achievable housing. And if we give them these things, they should be able to do it. So it's actually, I think it's pretty incredible what we have the opportunity to do here with no public funding. And then we would do projects like the Sugar Pine Village and other projects where we're subsidizing housing to bring it down for another tier of people to afford. So there's different segments of the market that have to be treated differently, but this would help the workers, so.
A related idea that would help accomplish that we got John's guidance on whether it would be legal, would be just to consider reserving all of the remaining development capacity for achievable and affordable, and nothing for anything else. I mean, that would have to go to meeting the things that we're trying to incentivize and add more coverage and height and density and impact, and just say that we're gonna just save it all for that. So if you want to develop, that's what you do. And related, another idea that was put up there was change the conversion ratio such that if you want to develop luxury condos, rather than 300 square feet of CFA, you might get 10,000 if you could do it at all. And if you want to do an affordable unit, maybe you get 20.
Yeah.
But just make it a scale that you get what you're looking for.
Other on housing and community development. So there's something that you heard or a question that you had? Esther, let me get you a mic. Here comes.
Not so much what the solutions are, but the second part of housing and community revitalization is, I think we need to spend a little time working on some of the community things, like we haven't ever made it okay to use CFA in the front of a building during the summer for outdoor dining. That's the kind of thing, that's an example of the kind of thing we want to activate our streets in these town centers. So there's some non-housing things that I think we should talk about putting in the work plan as well.
Open floor. Karen, thank you. Yeah, please.
No, you wanted to switch to the
Oh,
Yeah.
no, I was just gonna say redevelopment.
Please.
Just without redevelopment, it's so hard for local jurisdictions, and in California it was taken away from us. But we have reluctant property owners who sit on properties long past their useful life in our communities. And we need to find a way to be able to acquire them at some of the prices they're asking to be able to revitalize them. And if you really want to make headway on those goals, at least on North Shore, that's what we see. They want residential prices for commercial property. And they wait, unfortunately, until the heirs have to deal with it. I mean, it's many years.
So Michelle, I was only kidding. What if we do go to transportation next?
So I think the key theme for me was opportunities. Everyone came to the table with a lot of great ideas, and the good news is we're working on these things already, so that means I don't have to change my work plan so much. No, it's awesome to hear. We did have some new ideas as well. So no big surprise here. I kind of organized them as trails, technology, operations, how are we gonna fund all these things? So under trails, lots of support for US 50 East Shore Trail, extending the East Shore Trail, because we know that right now, Incline is feeling a lot of the pain with that beautiful trail. Until we get it extended, we need to spread that love. So along those lines, also the extension along from Spooner to South Shore. And we talked a little bit about trailheads and how when you have a trailhead in a neighborhood, and if it's done well and right, that means you can actually bike to the trailhead or walk to the trailhead rather than have to build more parking at trailheads. Opportunity with e-bike share. That's something that a lot of other cities are doing right now, and we haven't seen it pop up just yet. A lot of e-bike rentals. Those are growing rapidly. And again, in our active transportation plan that we're updating, we're going to be kind of tackling some of that. Under transit, theme here is regional park and rides, right? Like actually capturing people outside of the basin in a park and ride and then bringing them to the basin. And that can work for recreation, that can work for employee and workforce. One of the things I liked up here as well is that it's not just about trails and transit, but rail opportunities via trucking. There's studies right now that are going on and looking at the possibility of getting more Amtrak service from Sac to Reno, Placer County, definitely taking the lead and collaborating on some of that work and trying to keep that momentum going. And battery hydrogen boats, right? Not just trails and transit, but actually utilizing the water. Under technology, I have more real-time travel signage and apps, right? A phone app that actually, Nick and I worked on this a little bit, but right now we only have a proof of concept and we're excited about it and how a phone app could kind of help you understand when Sand Harbor is full ahead of time and even suggest maybe another rec site for you to go to. There are some limitations that we have to get through with technology, but there's a great opportunity there for improving transportation. I had a lot under operations, and this was a good discussion. We talked a lot about state parks and some of the recreation sites doing reservation systems, and trying to keep that money from a reservation system or a paid parking system, utilizing parking management like peak times, as they're doing here on the North Shore pilot, where you pay a little bit more at the prime time, but keeping that money back, keeping the funds locally to go then to transit and transit services, which is somewhat what we're working on right now here in Incline. Opportunities with that means that's also like it's paying for itself, right? That's the whole point. And we're doing some work right now and thinking about those rec sites and paying at the rec sites, and if the money did stay, could it pay for transit? And so we are working on some of that as well. And getting back to that money theme, like what are the opportunities? How are we going to pay for this? So people were discussing a new idea, and I'm happy to call out Vince on this one. Right now we're finding some success with microtransit and shuttles, but there's also an investment, a pretty big investment there. And Vince's idea and thought was, how can we do more of a public-private partnership with Uber and Lyft to start also providing maybe some of those shared rides and potentially even subsidizing them? And that's not something we've considered yet, unless Charles in the room, but they might be talking about that in the transit plan. And one of the other things we discussed is considering a transportation tax on rideshare like Uber and Lyft. It's a small amount, but it could potentially bring in additional funds. Lake user entry fee, I think that's something we've all heard a little bit about, and the Santini Burton opportunities for funding as well. Partnership, that was one. Was that just collaborating more with Tahoe Transportation District on a lot of our transportation work? And then the last item here, Karen actually covered, which I had categorized as complete communities, which is thinking about affordable housing, not just near transit, but can we consider near trails that also, as we know in Tahoe, get used a lot. So that's my sum. Questions, thoughts?
Shelley, please.
The only other thing, we hear a lot about user conflicts, especially on the East Shore Trail. And I don't know whether or not these are real conflicts or they're just perceived, but I think that, as the number of people using that trail increases, exponentially, I think it's really becomes a public safety matter. So, I'd like to be able to verify, what those user conflicts, identify what the user conflicts are, determine how often these conflicts occur, and come up with some reasonable remediation if the conflicts are actually serious. Thank you, John.
Just because I made it a point of putting it up there, public education, dispelling, we learned a lot today, and Nick shared with me a lot of the transportation charts, and just coming up on my 40-year anniversary of moving here, transportation traffic has been far worse in past years, at least in North Shore and Tahoe City, Kings Beach. So how do we get out to the public and really educate them of what the truth is on traffic and impacts? Because if they've moved here recently, it's worse than maybe the week before, but it isn't worse than it's ever been, at least on North Shore. I can't speak for South Shore traffic patterns, but public education.
John, I'll give you this mic.
This was an idea that was on the housing board, but also could be on this one, is picking up from Cisco's question yesterday at the board meeting about the workers that are expected for new developments, and really calculating the transportation footprint of a disclosed workforce and mitigating it, whether it's through employee shuttles or other systems, and being more rigorous about what we expect to be disclosed and offsetting those impacts.
Thank you.
So this might be too hard of a question or too general of a question, but in prepping for this, heard from you all and some of the meeting planners who wanted to take the opportunity to ask questions, what's it gonna take? We've talked about, I as one of the outsiders, have listened to or been a part of a lot of these conversations on these topics. Are there policy areas for TRPA to focus on? Are there opportunities to capitalize on? Look, I know this is a big open-ended general question on a very difficult topic, so maybe I'm not adding a useful question, but how do we, I'm trying to avoid terrible puns like gain traction on transportation.
I mean, I think we have a ton of great ideas in the room, right? And some of them are going to be more costly to implement than others. Some of them are going to take, heavier lifts, more political capital, things like that than others. And I think when we've got, great policy ideas that seem to solve the problem that we want, we have to have some kind of neutral way of comparing them when we think about that, right? What is the cost to develop this policy, to implement it? What are the jobs created by implementing this policy? Where do they land? Are they local jobs? Are they not, right? What's the overhead? If we had some way of doing that systematically across these transportation policies, it would help us understand better, which are the ones that we want to go to bat for versus which are the ones that may be a massively heavy lift without a lot of local benefit or without necessarily moving us towards our end goal.
Along those lines, I'm just wondering if we can't maybe be a little bit, our public engagement on these issues should become a little more intense. I mean, we've come up with a lot of good ideas, and obviously we have to determine whether or not we can accomplish these policy changes, within the framework of our budget and personnel. But I also think we need to engage the public to determine in their eyes which are priority policies that we should be pursuing. So we have buy-in up front.
The only challenge I see with that is, say everyone says basin entry fee, right? That's their priority. But we can't get the support to get a basin entry fee, right? So I think we actually need a lot of background information to say, here are the policy options we've come up with, here's all the information we have on them, right? This is the cost, this is everything. Now, public, what do you think about these things? Where do you fall on that? I think it would be hard to just throw out a bunch of ideas without having framed them in the challenge or the cost or the time it would take to get them done. But I think once we know that, and once we have some better information, again, time, cost, personnel, local benefit, then we can have a real conversation with the public over what we want to accomplish.
Two mics over there.
And I appreciate that, actually, I really do. But I think that rather than, doing a feasibility analysis on all of these ideas, if we could maybe restrict them to a few and then do the analysis, come back to the public and say, at the present time, given political opposition to the idea of a basin user fee, even though ultimately if we don't meet our transportation objectives in terms of raising the required capital, we may not have a choice. But I think if we limit the scope of the analysis, that would be helpful.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Go ahead, Joe.
Just in terms of putting the pedal to the metal, Caitlin.
There we go, that's what I was looking for.
I would love to see, to the extent where staff has, say, if there's some work that's been done to queue up some of these projects, and most of these are in the category of what I would call proactive, problem-solving suggestions. We're trying to get away from reactive, just having to evaluate large development proposals that some like, some hate. And you know, like I think climate codes will be coming to us at some point is one good example. But how many of these ideas kind of are close to ready for prime time, or maybe they're on the staff 6 to 12 month out calendar that could be put in the next 6 months so that we get more items on our board agenda that we're voting on, taking on these where we can, and you know, staff writes up the choices and we take action or not. But I think there's a way to kind of hopefully bring some of these to us on a more regular basis.
I think I'm going to circle back to something I've said a couple times today, and I'm trying to be more articulate about it, but we are so reactive in board meetings to particular projects or programs versus being proactive and how that fits into our overall strategy. And then the public comes and they're frustrated because they don't know enough about why we're doing what we're doing. We won't convince everyone that what we're doing has roots in decades of planning and preparation, but I think it's taking a huge amount of staff time and resources. I know it's taking a lot of board time to wade through the comment letters and the misperceptions. So I can't emphasize enough how much I want us to be proactive in whatever we choose, to educating and having those talking points ready to go with our elected. Our counterparts on local boards don't understand it. They're getting inundated with these letters of projects they're not even involved in necessarily in their jurisdiction, but yet the public is very concerned about. So I spend a lot of time talking to my counterparts when they go, what the heck is going on up there, right? And so I think we can save staff time and focus and our own time if we can really be unified in how we're approaching these projects and be able to articulate that to our public.
Devin, would you like to?
Yeah, I think this has all been a really good conversation around transportation. Just one of the pieces on this outreach and engagement, I think it's really good timing as we move into the next regional transportation plan update, since that involves updating the public participation plan, going through all these rounds, project prioritizations. I think it's all really good timing here. And then I just wanted to plug a little tangentially to this. This category seems like where the recreation, visitation, sustainable recreation is grouped in, but just wanted to make sure that's not lost along these priorities of the non-transportation recreation-related things in terms of equitable access, the infrastructure to handle litter, to handle, I was gonna say parking, but that's a transportation-related one, but, equitable access in terms of boardwalks down to the beach so people in wheelchairs don't have to get wheeled across the sands to be able to reach the lake, and all those other issues around rec that aren't directly related to transportation. Just wanted to make sure that's not lost.
I think the good news is equity continues to move forward in our next couple of months. We'll be wrapping up a host of recommendations. And so another great opportunity in the planning work to fold all that into the next regional transportation plan and some of these like more detailed active transportation plan and some of these other things that are going on.
Open floor.
Go for another.
I think so. Chris, did you want to? Thank you.
So we had restoration and resiliency, and it really did break into what are our obstacles and then what are our opportunities. First and foremost, I'd like to point out a lot of good work is happening in this realm. But what we know immediately is that we need to tell the story and have more clear communication on all the work that's happening, including interpretive science. We talked about kind of morphing the EIP standard signing to have a little bit more on all the goals and amazing things that different projects are hitting. Then it kind of broke into two different kind of realms regarding obstacles. One was around climate resilience and climate resilience projects in the EIP. And complete communities, right? The idea that generally there's this space where the built environment and our natural environment mesh and overlap, and that we need to be thinking about it as a whole. We need thresholds and performance measures that can adapt and change with our changing climate. And then how do we get private property owners engaged in restoration? This came up a lot, that often private property isn't included in these projects. So how do we do that? And then where would the funding for projects like that come from? These are two challenges that we see with EIP currently, sustainable funding for EIP projects, and then also the capacity and workforce development piece. And then we've got this, we need biomass solutions. This is specific to forest health, but we hear it all the time. So then when we get into our opportunities, we talked a lot about how do we kind of create those incentives for private property owners to participate in the EIP and get work done. How do we create funding in that space, whether it's a forest health mitigation fund, so something similar to like the watershed and water quality mitigation funds that we currently have, but it would be forest health related. And then that funding could go to help private property owners do defensible space on their land. There's a lot around the code changes for climate resilience, including how houses and flooding that's occurring. I have these late submissions, so things like adopting all the climate smart code amendments, so that came from John. Stuff with solar and renewable, lifting the biomass ban, linking projects to EIP projects. So the idea that we would have a private development or, like the Waldorf Astoria, and that we would link that project to an EIP priority project. So for creek restoration or inclement meadow restoration. And they could point and say, we did this, and then we also did that. And then we had two submissions that fall in this, but really kind of could fall in other ones as well. And this is a master plan for cell towers and a thorough impact analysis of, including health and environmental impacts related to cell phone towers throughout the basin. Kim, do you have any additions? Okay. Oh, like electric boat, we heard that, transportation, it's over here as well. Thanks, John.
John, do you want to expand on any of your ideas?
Do I want to
highlight or expand on any of them?
Sure. One idea I got from a community member that I thought was interesting was a variance process wherein you're meeting climate goals through placement of rooftop solar or EV charging or transit connectivity, air source heat pumps, and get some more flexibility on architectural design in exchange, or some process wherein we're taking into consideration those that are being proactive and ambitious on that front to have more leniency on another. So that was just, I didn't quite hear that one come out, but that's an idea I wanted to convey.
And we'll do this after the other group too.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Open floor. Thank you very much. Dan, you want to lead us up on that discussion?
I don't let anyone write on my board, so it'll be easier to summarize, but that doesn't mean there wasn't any discussion. There's actually just one big idea, and it's even easier for me to summarize, because I think Haley is actually to summarize for me.
Thanks, Dan. It's gonna help me co-present, which is not good name. Welcome to the world of Haley's mind. We're gonna go through it for a minute. So when I saw this slide, sitting very lonely by itself, with nothing on it, it didn't make sense to me to pull out thresholds and monitoring separate from the rest of these things, and I was trying to figure out why. And I made this very confusing circle that I'm gonna talk you through as to why. But to me, we have goals that we set in the thresholds, right? These might be old, they might be outdated, but they're underpinning everything. We should be talking about our policy decisions, how they relate back to the thresholds, and then we should be talking about our thresholds if we're actually meeting the policy decisions still. I don't think that we should be monitoring, what are we monitoring, if not how our actual policy is being implemented. That's what we should be monitoring, right? And it should be underpinned back to some sort of document or threshold that is achievable and objective and somehow able to be monitored. So in my head, and then part of this too was, where do I fit in as a board member?
right? And where does staff fit in, and are we getting data from each other at these different decision points? So it was, the board is really making these big policy decisions, be it housing, all these topics we're talking about. We're working on implementing them. This is where staff really comes in. They help us monitor, we set performance measures, and then from there, as we're reviewing them, we're saying, are they meeting the thresholds we set? Are these policy decisions meeting things that we want to achieve? Be it more dense housing in the tourist cores or lower BMT, what is that threshold? And then from there, we ask, is this threshold still something we care about? In our policies, it's still something we need to be monitoring. Because right now, it's my understanding that staff has a ton of thresholds that might be outdated, and a ton of data that is coming in that might just be noise, that I don't know that we need to monitor is actually fitting any of these goals. So that was just my thought, is that we need to somehow tie, and it also sounded like maybe right now our thresholds in reviewing them aren't really dictating our policy decision, and vice versa. And so just talking more about how we link those, and then Dan and I got off on a bunch of side topics, but that is mostly what we spent our time talking about, and as people stop by, that was just kind of my idea, and also why we took markers away from people trying to write about them. But anyway, that was the thought, is that we try to tie monitoring, monitoring not just for monitoring's sake, but towards something, towards these bigger underlying goals, and that helps us reevaluate the policies we're setting as to why we're setting them and what we're measuring. So anyway, that was.
I think sorry about that. So I think the big theme of that was like closing the loop between policy and information, which I feel like was a theme, at least I heard in the comments of other people. Like I heard Shelley talk about, I wish we had information on user conflict as part of the decisions around transportation. And John mentioned the transportation impact of worker footprint. And then Cindy mentioned the overall transportation trends. And so we talked about closing that feedback loop, maybe at the beginning of the board cycle as part of this, of like, what are the big decisions that we see on the horizon? And what information do you as the board want us to gather for you so that you go into those decisions and you can make a more informed decision about the policies you're making? And then ensuring that for every decision we do make, we understand how we're going to measure the success of that, and then we can report back to you on whether or not this was a good decision or not, or if we need to pursue something else. That's one good one.
So Dan, are you suggesting that with every policy decision we make, that there will be a component of that decision that deals with monitoring and measuring? I'm assuming that's what you're suggesting, right? So they're not being considered separately, but they're part of a combined package.
You're inside Halo's mind.
Okay.
Yeah, this should be, as part of each of one of these other initiatives, we should be thinking about like, what are the information needs there? How do we measure success? Or how do we know if we're failing, if we're making progress?
So that will be a prerequisite of adopting the policy.
Yeah.
I wonder too, for instance, Shelley, on the user conflicts on a particular trail, is that a TRPA issue? Is that the local agency or the operators of that trail? I guess those kinds of ideas come to me of what should TRPA take on versus our partners or other agencies? And we should be assured that's being taken on. But what is our role? And I think that's part of looking at these thresholds. What is our role versus the local agencies or the state and federal agencies or a million others? So just making sure we stay on our track, because it may be relevant to us and it may just be noise, as you said, that we're hearing from the residents, and we need to steer them back to our partner agencies on some of it too.
Is this a useful question? Practically, what does that take? The thresholds have their own weight and gravity, and you did great work changing VMTs, but it took a long time. So what does it mean to review and refine thresholds?
Dan did some interesting work when he was doing the VMT update. He says, and I agree with this, the thresholds kind of have lived in everything else. And I think that was probably the way the contract was written back in the day. But really, to me, it should fit into the plan, do, check, adjust cycle. And so if we have a plan policy, we kind of put them together in one. We used to have a threshold document, a regional plan document. And so shouldn't the thresholds kind of be chapter 1 of the regional plan, the goals? To me, we need to be working towards something like that, where we say, we have a threshold that means this is the outcome. I'm using Dan's words, so it's all going on. This should be the outcome we're after. And this is what we need, the actions we need to take to get there. And these are the measures to see if we're doing it. And then we come back and look at the goal and see, is that the right goal? If that's still the right goal, we need to do something in policies and implementation actions. We do it iterates, just like we're doing, basically our strategic planning process, where we periodically we identify critical issues, how we're going to deal with them, and we're going to report them. That to me is that underlying process or framework, whatever you want to call it, as maybe it's fallen by the wayside or whatever. To me, that is what we need.
I like that your hand was doing the circle.
It's not wax on.
Go ahead, Julie.
That's great. Yeah, maybe just to close this one out, I mean, I'm hearing so much synergy between all the different topics. And at the heart of it is the system of, what are we doing? What are we trying to achieve? And, having been around the threshold conversation a while, there, it's a big challenge to go from, how many acres we treated in the forest, or how many miles of bike trails our partners built, how many acres we treated of invasive species, and how does that translate to feet of clarity improvement, or algal blooms in the near shore. The cause and effect of actions on the ground to get to those standards is something the basin has worked on for decades, right? And then fast forward to climate change and all the new pressures on the system, and how do you map that to urgent needs for policy change? But what I am excited about with hearing these discussions, the ideas are such that, I think this team, and first of all, can I just say how proud we are of the operations group and the managers and supervisors to jump into these discussion groups. Good job, facilitators. You did a great job, and but I really think this team can go back and assess this great information, and then start putting those filters of looking at policy options, trade-offs, what's feasible, what's doable, with the staff that we have, the budget we have. You all will be voting on our work plan and our budget in June. So, time is ticking right now, but we have a lot of work to build on. I mean, Dan and the Science Council and Ken and our team worked on that results chain framework. So for the first time, we really did start looking at that threshold box and marrying it up in the cycle of, how do we look at the CNEL standard for noise and follow that all the way through to the policy. How do you do that in the results chain with SMART goals, not just, random policy statements, but what's a measurable, time-bound goal. So I feel like we have the team in place now to take that to the next level. So I just wanted to say that's exciting to me, to bring that to the next step.
Just looking at next steps, the clock, the agenda. This is a great discussion. In just a minute, I'd love to turn to John to talk about some ideas that didn't fit in some of the other categories. We'll do the same thing we just did. After that, we will be a little bit ahead of schedule, but that's been a great conversation. So I want to figure out what to do next. I know just with working with staff on this agenda for this retreat that one of the goals is to eventually get guidance from this board on what are some of the top policy questions in these categories that need to be addressed. Again, today is a retreat. It's not about decision-making or narrowing. But as long as it's information collecting, if you have ideas along those lines, now's a good time to mention them. Also, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, in fact, I can't while she's not here, but if I wanted to turn to our co-chairs, after we do this next piece, co-chairs and Julie, do you have any summary? You just offered some summary thoughts on this overall conversation, but I want to give at least the chairs a chance and give anybody else a chance as well on that. So there, we're tap dancing a little bit. We're achieving our goals and we're moving a little faster than we thought, which is great. And I'm just trying to create some options for the next step. So please, folks, be thinking about that, what we do after this conversation. But we'll do this first. Jonah?
Sure, I guess.
Yeah, please.
I see one on there that wasn't mine, I'll stick with that. All right, someone put, be bold, think big, not incremental. Limitations of 20 years ago may not exist today, so that was.
Keep it on, yeah.
I had a few in here around that didn't really fit around public access. Devin, I think, equitable access to recreation lands, transit, making that a priority. We had a discussion about Fallen Leaf a couple of months ago, getting folks there out of their cars and having that be accessible to everyone, including those who don't have cars. But in the same public access, in City South Lake Tahoe, we're looking at letting the public know that all the land below high water mark is public land, and we could do that. Certainly that's true throughout the California side. That's something we could choose to highlight and notice and remove illegal barriers to public access. We have issues related to privatization. We know that Homewood area, right, there's a proposal that might be come forth that would limit access to public lands by way of the development. I think we could lean into erring on the side of public access in general. An idea that, yesterday we had the conversation about the shore zone provision that allows super long piers in exchange for retiring neighboring parcels as opposed to having multiple families having access to it, which does have a public use of the lake in that portion implication. So at least I would like to take another look at that. And I think this one was I should have gone over there. Consequences for unfulfilled mitigation measures. If you get a development approved with mitigation measures, you don't live up to it. We did have an item yesterday around the transit for the Waldorf project with consequences. That seems like that would be a good standard practice to go back, see where mitigation measures haven't been fulfilled and have consequences. Then just some other ideas for kind of like more one-off considerations, like do we want to have resolutions related to support of 100% renewable energy or ban on plastic water bottles or 100% electric transit. Those might be local jurisdiction issues, but they're also popular items in our experience in South Lake Tahoe that TRPA could support. In addition to things like a washout land acknowledgement, we're doing that at the city of South Lake Tahoe in mid-May. So there's a few other ideas, most of which were different than the categories.
Comments or questions for John on any of these? Or for each other?
Having spent some time with the folks representing the interests of the people at Fallen Leaf Lake, part of our objective to create sustainable recreation is to somehow educate the public about the importance of respecting private property rights. I think we're dealing with a generational, how can I put this, a generational change. And it doesn't certainly, I don't want to generalize, it doesn't apply to everyone using these facilities in the basin, but I think a lot of people are not terribly, maybe they're not aware that the Tahoe Basin is not all publicly owned. But I know that there have been a myriad of trespassing issues in Fallen Leaf Lake. It's a relatively small area, confined geographically. And I think that, again, it's more of a public relations matter where we have to better educate the public about how to recreate. We have to take care program, but it's behavioral, I think, in many cases. And I think to the extent we can change behavior, we need to try. Or our partners need to, partner with us in an effort to educate the public that, you need to recreate, leave no trace behind, you need to be respectful of other people's rights. And that's certainly not going to be solved in one day, but I think we need to continue to push in that direction so that everybody can enjoy their experience in time with Tahoe.
I feel like there's, a big theme of today on all of these topics has been about being more proactive, right? That what Shelley was just saying is about saying, okay, we are being a little reactive, we're hearing this information, but let's be proactive and try to head off more issues in the area. So more signage, we're talking about more education, more storytelling. And, and I think even just in the way that the board is perceived, we can be more proactive too, right? So I think even putting together a few little working groups for blogs and op-eds and, signage ideas, just ways to get out the message of what TRPA is, what it does, and maybe what it isn't too. And as a visitor to Lake Tahoe or a resident of Lake Tahoe, what the compact is, right? And being here and recreating on public lands, leaving no trace, what does it mean to keep Tahoe blue? But some of that proactive messaging, we're coming out of the COVID phase when, we're coming into sort of a new phase, use this as our own refresh or renew to be proactive in our messaging. And it could fall to, like I said, board members banding together and writing some op-eds or some blog posts. Yeah, it's something as simple as that, verging into signage and obviously more proactive policies too.
Open floor.
No.
Oh, we're done. Okay.
Did you want to say something?
No.
Who's got a mic if you like one? Open floor. Yeah, Michelle. It's like.
I was just thinking a little bit about, as I was reading stuff back here and adding more to it that you guys were just talking about, is like, for me in my mind, I'm like, where can I tackle these things? And they're not necessarily policy changes, but, so I was just thinking about like next steps as maybe we'll get there and maybe I'm gonna put it again. But just sort of summarizing all of this and thinking about in the work plans that we have, like, this is what, the issue was, and here's maybe the next step. And what's that gonna cost? How long is that gonna take? Maybe there's some digesting, I think, as a team we can do, the transportation team, for example, and just really thinking that through, because I'm already like, oh, I can put this in the transportation plan I'm doing, and I can handle this here, and just sort of like slotting those things in. That's just wanted to share.
In a second, we're gonna go to a quick break. And then I think we come back for some closing thoughts and comments and also look forward to next sessions. There is one thing I did want to mention. At the last retreat last year, there was a request by several board members to think about prepping for board meetings, information sharing, and public engagement. And the message for now is staff is working on some ideas to improve those things. You all bring ideas from the different boards and groups and organizations that you're on, and it's a classic challenge. The goal of public engagement, as you well know, is both to collect really good information and for people to understand clearly how their ideas have influenced decision-making process. And that's hard. It's hard with time. There's at least one member in here who's also on the Coastal Commission, another group that each meeting has lots and lots of public comments. And what do you do? Because if you're a commenter and you're trying to represent something that's really important to you, it can be very unsatisfying or challenging to do it within a limited time frame. And yet, the linear nature of time is real, and we run out of it. And so what do you do? The short version is staff is looking at ways to lead out conversations, maybe look for information sessions, maybe use some of the other new digital ways to collect comments real time and curate them into a conversation. Today wasn't the day to make those decisions, and the options aren't even fully developed yet. So this is all to say, we're working on it. And we welcome your suggestions that you've learned from other places with your organizations, with your boards, in other places. So that's one. Two, I've mentioned this in a lot of our preparatory interviews. it has been suggested, and most of you, I think every one of you thought that it was a good idea to have more of these. That doesn't mean that they're easy and that you can schedule them all of the time. You gotta travel here, you gotta time off, it's hard to do. And because there's been turnover in the board, you all really value this opportunity to work together. And we meet differently now, there are fewer in-face meetings, and so that's another value for these. And as we have seen clearly today, there's a lot going on. And so the proposal is that we do multiple sessions a year. We're not quite clear, and we'll be listening to you about the timing of the next one and when this comes, but that's coming soon. Cindy, is there anything that you would like to say by way of summary on these conversations so far? You've offered some of these thoughts already. Yeah, I don't mean to put you on the spot.
No, it's okay. I was making a note to say, you know, for those of us who live and breathe what local governments are doing, is it helpful at all for you as state officials or appointments to hear more from the local governments about their focuses and what they're doing and how they're financed? Because we have 2 different states, we have all the different counties and jurisdictions as where they invest their funds. And I think that's also context to what's going on in the basin right now, that I feel I'm blessed or cursed because I know a lot, but I don't know exactly how the city of South Lake Tahoe is focusing their revenues and where their general fund is going. I know what we're doing, and I know how much is committed to the Tahoe Basin more than ever before. But how is that important? Do you want to understand that? And is that helpful? Should we have a session where we learn that? Yeah, and outside the basin, right? So, you know, what do you need to know? And how can we help you? So, I want to get rid of it.
Yeah. I mean, I think it would be interesting, you know, all of my experiences at the subnational level, right? And some of the national level. And so from the policy and public sector perspective. So I think it would be interesting to even have a Venn diagram that shows, okay, you know, Nevada as a state, California as a state, what is when you think about the basin that we're supporting, what are the responsibilities of each of the states in supporting TRPA in the basin? And, you know, you could show budget, funding, whatever, jurisdiction, you could put some things in that Venn diagram. And then all of the jurisdictions within the basin, what are their responsibilities? Where, as partners, where are we deferential to them versus where do we supersede them? When we need assistance on enforcement or monitoring, who do we turn to, right? So showing those sort of bi-directional relationships with the local, other regional groups, the states, I think that would be helpful. And I think that would be helpful not just for board members, but for everyone to see that it's not like everything starts and ends with TRPA. There's partnerships, the funding comes from other areas, that all that stuff I think would be incredibly helpful to just display. And even for the board meetings themselves, I think would be helpful to help members of the public understand that we are not responsible for every single thing in the basin. There are other responsible entities. And, you know, sort of demonstrating that I think would be really good. And this probably exists, so I'm probably not asking for something that doesn't exist, but maybe some nice picture where everyone can see it.
Maybe the partners can put the information together for us versus relying on TRPA staff.
Exactly, that's a great, right.
Esther.
I want to make a staff-centric comment, if I can.
Bring it.
What I'm hearing, what I'm hearing is, within this kind of system, within this system, kind of systemic framework that we talked about with thresholds and the other 3 areas that we spent a lot of time on, what I heard was a lot of detail about how to do those things, but I didn't hear a lot of people, I didn't really hear much of anything saying, no, you're off target, that's not the right thing. So for those who have to write the draft work plan, getting back to you, I just wanted to throw that out there and make sure this, the previous executive director, I was the guy who was voted, so I'm Assuming I will this time, and if I'm not, I'm gonna help out whoever does.
That's an offer for somebody else to write the work plan.
Volunteers.
Also to ask, are we on track? Look at you,
That's
Mike.
what I wanted to know, is what
Are we on track?
One thought for a follow-up, there's all these sticky notes and ideas, and I think a consensus that we want to be bring proactive items back. To me, that looks like what if we had 4 or 5 action items per board meeting, that 80% of which are proactive items, one of which was the kind that we've often had recently. Could we have some kind of survey here where we put all these ideas, the staff sorts them by which ones are somewhat could be curated for board action upcoming, and then we to vote on our relative priorities or get a sense. I think Shelley was suggesting where there might be some consensus or more interest in moving things. This is not one person's idea, but there's kind of interest in having these things come back, matched with staff's assessment of whether there's enough information and background and context to bring them forward and when. So it would be just, some way of kind of having a board input on that work plan and a strategic plan, and then get these in the pipeline as quickly as possible for board action. So that'd just be one thought on a follow-up, some kind of survey monkey or some kind of thing where we take all these things and get a weigh in and see where there's real common support for them and which ones are kind of, just more outliers.
I wanted to mention, there we go. There's a tendency for people, and I understand it, because if you have a problem that is regional in nature, they want to go to a regional agency to solve it, as opposed to going to local jurisdictions. And I, frankly, it means more meetings for everyone in local government, but, to the extent local governments can kind of set aside their sense of autonomy and try to come up with solutions that they're all willing to adopt uniformly, then it becomes, I think, a better solution to most problems. And that will also divert attention away from TRPA, because again, the natural tendency with respect to, for example, bear boxes, that was an item that the public kept insisting TRPA needed to.
And they are again.
Yeah, it needed to weigh in on and pass a standard, regulation for the entire basin. Well, by the same token, we've made a concerted effort to try to partner with local governments to offload some of the burden and responsibility to local governments, because in many cases, that's where the decision-making should take place. But in order to do that, when you've got a regional issue that needs to be addressed, there needs to be, cooperation, cohesion, and consistency in everybody's local regulations. And that, an example of that is something right now that Brooke is dealing with, and that is, no wake zone in Emerald Bay. We've got different speed limits, the public's confused, and as a consequence, we don't have good adherence to any rule in particular. And so, anyway, it's just an observation, but I think that we can probably handle that at the local government committee meetings in the future, talking about that and where we can cooperate more fully to create the sort of consistency that the public needs.
Short-term rental seems like another one of those where it's local solutions, but it needs an overlay of a regional strategy. Okay. We're going to do public comment in just a second. Good meeting. I think I want to ask, have we achieved most of our goals today? Usually nobody gets too angry about ending early, but also I really value your time and all of the travel that it took to get here. So I want to make sure that we're making the most of your time today. Staff, board members, anything else today that you'd like to cover? Ashley.
This is sort of like unrelated to everything, I think. But I was thinking something that might be nice for us to add to our board member bios is like a sort of an opening sentence or two on why we volunteered for this job, right? Like, that this is our name and we volunteer our time, our resources, our energy to the lake and to TRPA because, right? Just some sort of opening statement. I think it would help also for public members to understand that we are all volunteers, right? That this is something that we take time out of our jobs, furlough days, loss of salary, stuff like that, because we care, because we have a dedication to the lake, to the people, to the communities, to public service in general. So I think this is, again, it's a minor one-off. We don't have to talk about it today, but I wanted to throw that suggestion out there. We can talk about it another time.
Others, Cindy?
I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry.
Something. Would it be helpful to staff, when you look at these sheets and we look at all the great ideas that are up there, is it helpful to have some committee weigh in back to staff on priorities that then we bring to the full board, so that once we stamp that work plan, that we've bought in and we're not adding to your list? Speaking as a former staff person of an agency with an elected board that would sometimes send us in different directions based on things, would that be helpful to staff or? Okay, so that's just my suggestion on prioritizing these in some other sessions so that we focus on those key areas.
Other thoughts? Well, this is super, and if we get to wrap early, that's like bonus time that anyone in this room ever gets, so.
Without lightning strikes.
Right, so I think that's amazing, first of all. But I love that as a good wrap up. Cindy, thank you. I was thinking the same thing. When we take the ideas, organize them, we will be building the work plan. So I would like to even check in at the May board meeting and get sort of that endorsement at the various committee levels. Esther, I'm looking at you to think if that's a tight turn, but that's what we do. And then go forward with June. And then really get into the next steps, having a field tour sometime this summer, coming back in the fall, and then at the end of the calendar year to really recalibrate the overall strategic direction. Because the budget gets adopted, we get going. And as I think one of my big takeaways, and a lot of the takeaway I heard from the staff was like, we're already working on a lot of these things. So what do we need to do differently though to accelerate pace and scale, go bolder? There are some probably imminent things that we need to look at in terms of the housing policies. There's some imminent funding opportunities for sustainable funding that we want to talk about. So we will do that. We will do a follow-up survey and get some instant, action items that we can implement, I think, right away, tactically, and come back on the meeting management and use these ideas to help us shape some enhancements that really engage the community in a constructive way outside of the board meetings. We're all committed to doing that, whether it's hosting a Q&A with our staff before board meetings in a webinar format, an in-house person format, to have a more robust discussion versus 3 minutes at the podium. When there are big areas of interest for the community, doing that outside of the board meeting, in addition to the board meeting, might be one idea we're kicking around. We have Kim Chevalier is working with our team on that, with communications. We want to have an open house at the office this summer. We've been renovating, doing improvements, we're still finishing up. And we do, I'm going to call on Dan maybe to just give a quick update of what we plan to do in the Tahoe room. We have been in touch. I met with the chair of the Washoe Tribe, and we do have some interpretive information that's coming that maybe Dan will just tell the board about, because I heard that come up a couple times. I wanted to just let you know what we're up to there. Dan, if you
So
can just give an update.
Tahoe room, Tahoe is the indigenous name for Lake Tahoe that the Washoe people use, and we're setting up a display in that room. So Tahoe is one of our front conference rooms. We have 2 new front conference rooms as part of the remodel. And so the Washoe Tribe is helping us both with a dedication of that room, and then we're purchasing some art from a tribal member that'll also have a description and will go up in that room. And the neighboring room, which I forget the name of, because Marlette, sorry. And so there'll be some Washoe art in the Marlette room as well.
And maps of their traditional homeland.
Sorry, yes.
Yeah.
There'll be a map of the traditional homeland with the traditional names in, I believe, the law.
Yeah, Pacific. Great, so a couple fun things on deck. And Ashley, I love your idea of more board engagement. We've been kicking around the idea over the years. We've had various forms of, the old traditional term of a speakers bureau. I know Shelley's made many appearances at service clubs in the Carson City area, but we are looking at how could we, maybe take that story map on the road. I'm going to send you all a link in your email. It's up on the website. But for you to go into your circles, into your organizations, and we could give you a standardized slide deck to amplify these messages out in the community, because there's a lot of exciting work going on, and even among our own selves and our own partners, information sharing is a challenge. So you can help us with that. So those are just a couple of my takeaways. But what did we miss? Was there anything that you wanted to cover today or to talk about? We certainly can make some kind of interactive exercise in May. I'm even thinking of the Mentimeter exercise that we've used where people can instantly see in real time, and we can engage the community in that too with some of these priorities, just to make sure, to Hester's question, we're on the right track as we get building the work plan. But anything anybody else wanted to cover?
I think along the lines, obviously it'd be amazing to get all this done, but to ground us in the reality of how long it will take for staff to address all of these issues, I think, at least to bring them to us, I think would be super helpful, right? So it's that we and the public here, these are all great ideas and everything we want to accomplish. Here's what we anticipate, given the workload in front of us and everything else we have, how we can structure this and get it done over which time horizon, so that we're all patient and understanding of, the time it takes to actually tackle everything we're talking about.
What do you think, like end of June?
It's realistic.
Okay, end of May.
I was thinking like next week.
Okay.
Seriously, when I've done this before in other organizations, what I anticipate will bring you in May is, this is what we heard are your priorities, and we probably won't have the detailed dates and timelines. But in May, if you say, yeah, that's what we want to do, then we'll bring you the detailed work plan. If you say, we want to do something else, we're probably going to be in a position, okay, well, then something will have to drop, and because as you're intimating, we only have so much capacity. I think it'll be sort of an iterative process.
Last call. Yeah, Jessica.
I was just gonna say, to that point and to Ashley's point, I would also appreciate hearing from staff in May and June, whenever it could be, like, we heard that this is a priority for you, but we aren't the agency to do it, and here's who we're going to work with to do it. Or here's who we're going to contact and say, let's get together and talk about it. And also maybe, to the extent that it's relevant, even coming back to us and saying, we heard that this is a priority for you, but the data is showing that it's not a problem that falls under our jurisdiction. Like, that's not a real, not to say it's not a real problem, because they're all real, right? But it doesn't maybe rise to the level of needing to be a priority. Maybe it is a perceived problem or something that's slightly, in someone else's wheelhouse. I would appreciate hearing that from staff. It wouldn't be like, affronted. It would be nice to hear some guideposting from staff about what's realistic, what do we really, what does staff think that we should be focused on based on the conversation today of wanting to be proactive, wanting to address these key areas, and not getting bogged down and bogging staff time and resources down into, issues that have a small impact.
Still last call. Don't have to go home, but can't stay here.
Make sure you don't forget public comment.
No, I won't, I promise. Right, it's now time. Any public comment? Mr. Flaherty, would you like to make a comment?
We have 2 public commenters. Mr. Flaherty's asked for 4 minutes. I've spoken on your behalf and says yes. We have 1 other Darcy's on the line. No, she's not. So we only have 1 public comment.
I'll give him 5.
That's all they asked.
Queen impersonation. Thank you, John, for 4 minutes. Doug Flaherty, TahoeCleanAir.org. Just a couple of things that I wanted to cover. First of all, you've got a really smart staff, dedicated staff. I think it's going to be a value to Lake Tahoe going forward. I'd like to talk about just briefly what we're not against. Somebody mentioned talking to me about forest thinning. TahoeCleanOrg is not against forest thinning. We're pro-forest thinning as long as the thinners stay within all applicable regulations. That's a fact. We're not against controlled burning as long as the agencies stay within the parameters of what they're required to do by local, state, or federal air quality laws. We support any alternatives to burning. That includes biomass. We spoke in support of the South Tahoe biomass facility approval. We are actively pursuing action against the U.S. Forest Service for process issues with their various forest plans that allow wildfires to be managed and purposely grown for forest resource purposes. Just like the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit Forest Plan allows that. The fire chiefs years ago spoke against that item. So we're going to actively pursue that. Most of although sometimes, we get a little bit impassioned, most of our issues are generally revolve around our public agencies following regulations, whether it's open meeting laws or public records requests or claims that, sometimes that's subjective as far as claims, that are made without supporting data. But usually change happens, with groups like myself and others, other conservancy groups in the basin, on disagreements between policy as far as regulations. And of course, that's where the court cases end up, right? Was something subjective, arbitrary, capricious? There's tons of court cases. And usually our issues are going to be with, a distinguishment between are you acting within regulations or not? As far as thoughts, I think that generally today, you're not going to get too much pushback from us on most of some great ideas. However, if we believe that, with everything I saw today, that to move forward without a supplemental cumulative impact EIS to the 2012 regional plan, we're probably going to continue to pound that drum. And also, if we're not going to discuss cumulative impacts regarding overcapacity that impact the safety of the public during wildfire evacuations, we're going to continue to pound the drum. Because it hasn't been brought up that much here. It was brought up earlier, but I didn't hear the recap. We're all going to be spending a lot of time together. Because we're passionate about public safety and evacuation and our narrow roadways and growth in particular. So, we can differ on those things. But don't take it personal if, we get involved in some public comments that are passionate. But I hope the explanation I'm giving you here today will talk a little bit more of what we're about. And we do have in our organizational purpose the need to promote public transparency, along with all the other environmental issues you're going to see on our website. So I'd encourage you to look at our website. Pretty much our 3 action initiatives in there and what we're about. One of them is, a new activity to make Mount Rose Wilderness and Granite Chief Wilderness Class 1 airsheds under the Clean Air Act. We're going to have so much growth in Reno and the tourist growth in Lake Tahoe. We need to give those 2 wilderness areas Class 1 airshed protection. That's our first initiative. Our second one is to encourage more cumulative impact EISs in the basin. And then our third action initiative is to push back and stop intentional use of wildfire by the U.S. Forest Service that has for the last, since 1978, contributed a very significant impact, negative impact, to our Lake Tahoe water clarity, or impaired water, or phosphorus, nitrogen, and sediment, and that's primarily what happens when they burn. It's not my philosophy to tell the Forest Service when they're not going to undertake that practice. But thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment? Mr. Flaherty, thank you for joining us today. Thank you for being here. We do have another public comment, please.
Hi. Hi, I'm Denise Davis, a resident of Incline Village.
Denise, may I stop you for just a second? Karen, would you bend that mic towards her?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you just rotate it the other Thank you very much.
There. Is that better? Yes.
It needs to point at you. Can you?
Nope.
Just to bend the microphone back.
Yeah. If you bend it the other way towards me and then turn, yeah, there we go. Now we're talking. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hey, I'm still Denise. Resident of Incline Village, matter of fact, in the neighborhood to the east. I moved here 27 years ago after being laid off from the mining industry in Northeast Nevada. And while I never consider myself an environmentalist, I tried to do my part by recycling and thinking about my consumption. But the heavy toll on Tahoe during and after the pandemic has caused me to be more aware of my impact. So for example, I've greatly reduced my vehicle use both inside and outside of the basin. As a matter of fact, I walked here today, so I'm still at 0 VMT for today. I'm here today because I need help reconciling what I see with what I hear the TRPA say. I attend a wide variety of meetings. I understand that there are a lot of partnerships and a lot of overlaps, but the TRPA is seen as the lead agency. So that's why I'm talking to you today. So transportation, I attend a lot of meetings regarding transportation in the basin, and I hear great ideas, but I'm still awakened daily before 6 a.m. by the commuter traffic passing behind my house on State Route 28. The East Shore Express will again haul visitors to Sand Harbor, but most of them will have driven to Sand Harbor first and found the gates closed. There's still no signage outside the basin to alert day visitors that parking's full or destinations are at capacity, thereby allowing them to change their plans before entering the basin. Ms. Reagan, I appreciate you mentioned this morning that there are parking problems associated with the East Shore Trail. That's often not discussed when touting the success of the trail. When I talk about parking problems, I'm often told local law enforcement should be responsible for dealing with it. For those unaware, our local force is minimally staffed and unable to address parking until a local foundation generously funded officers in Incline. When that funding ends, Washoe County may or may not maintain those staffing levels. And if they don't, there will be little parking enforcement. But the bigger issue is TRPA wants to replicate this success without solving the resulting unintended consequences. For instance, I've always been told erosion is bad for a number of reasons. Most of us have to address it on our properties. But cars parked legally on Lakeshore appear, to my non-scientist eyes, to be contributing to erosion. Is it okay because it's associated with the trail? Does it do less harm because it's associated with the trail? People are cutting their own paths off the trail, again, creating erosion. Seems to me this should be easy to address and fix, but I've seen nothing done. This morning, I heard the road project in Kings Beach described as a success because it improved pedestrian safety. Has anyone here spent an hour and a half creeping through Kings Beach? How is traffic that's now backed up from Crystal Bay to Highway 267 a success? The vehicle emissions alone would seem to me to be a concern for the TRPA. When I visit a friend in Crystal Bay in the summer, it's often a 10-minute wait to turn onto State Route 28, and that's without Walt and the Calneva being open. But we're told it will all be fine, and that just doesn't make sense to me. So these are just a few of the things I and other people see. I understand your focus today is planning, but help me understand how the TRPA is addressing these things now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Members of the public, Mr. Flaherty, thank you for joining us today and sticking with us through these discussions. Appreciate your attendance. Last call, we're about to close. I'm going to hand it back to the chair to close this session. Thank you. Sorry, Julie? Yeah, John or anybody, do we know who? No, the answer seems to be no, we don't have anybody online. Want to do public comment? I want to thank all of you board members for dedicating time to prepare for this, speaking with me in advance, looking at draft agendas, etc. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for a good discussion. Cindy.
Well, I'll just say thank you to Kaylin and for all of the effort that goes into planning a workshop like this and facilitating some great dialogue, and to the public who is here and listening in, and obviously to the staff. A huge thank you, and to my fellow board members. So with that, do I have a motion to adjourn? I heard several. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we stand adjourned at, what, 3:17 p.m. Thank you.